the top tip.
Thanks to good ideas.
Hello, everyone. The Odyssey. Do you think Trump will face consequences for the leaks? There's a non-zero chance this could get him impeached. There seems to be bipartisan support to release the Epstein files. So a lot of Republicans are not on Trump's side for this. So this very well lead to some kind of loyalty test. Like, what's hilarious is Trump was the one who suggested that they try to, like, call a vote to release the Epstein files, thinking, oh, everyone in the Republican Party is just going to vote against it. And then, sure enough, everyone voted in favor of it. So, like, there's a non-zero chance that it could, there could be some legal consequences for him. Like, if he keeps pushing it and there aren't too many roadblocks with, you know, pursuing something to force him to release it, he could, like, end up getting impeached or something. Certainly right now, it's not great for his reputation. A lot of people are turning on him, and then, like, on top of that, like, he's just destroying the country. So, this looks like it could be pretty cool. When's that supposed to... Matt Damon, oh my god. Still, Matt Damon. July.
Redacted noted Trump continuously stated the name Jeffrey while on the phone and made references to, quote, abusing some girl, unquote. Redacted immediately, or redacted demeanor, went, quote, stone cold, unquote, as Redacted stated, quote, he raped me. Redacted said, what? As Redacted replied, Donald J. Trump had raped her along with Jeffrey Epstein, unquote. You can
God, that Odyssey movie looks horrible. Whose idea was it to cast Anne Hathaway, Tom Holland and Zendaya? Also, Nolan has never made a good movie in his career. I don't care what anyone says.
Most of his movies are trash. Anne Hathaway, she's a dumb bitch. Tom Holland, yeah, he's a fucking idiot. Yeah, I mean, whatever. I don't know. It looks like it could be cool. Oh, we'll have to wait and see, but it's probably going to be shit. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Could help build the only independent news outlet always on the ground with the people for as low as 16 cents.
And that's why
Before we dive into some of these very shocking allegations, I want to stress something. None of this proves that the president slept with underage girls. All they are is allegations, some of which have some questionable timing.
Inception was
them,
not good.
but we'll get into that. Let's start with the first document I want to highlight is one that is allegedly a letter that Jeffrey Epstein sent to Larry Nassar. Larry Nassar being the longtime doctor for the U.S. gymnastics team, who was also a serial child predator. This is that letter. You can see it here. This was called out by Kyle Griffin, who is a producer over at MS Now. This letter, which was allegedly sent, or at least purports to be sent from Jeffrey Epstein to Larry Nassar, says, Dear LN, as you know by now, I have taken the short road, quote unquote, home. That's a reference to Epstein's suicide. Good luck, exclamation point. We shared one thing, ... our love and caring for young ladies out of the hope they'd reach their full potential. Our president also shares our love of young, nubile girls. When a young beauty walked by, he
Agreed, Inception sucked. Why do people like his movies so much they blow?
Yeah, they're just not that great. They just aren't. Inception was just nonsensical horseshit. I think the only reason people like that movie is because of the visual effects. But the story was just nonsensical, stupid horseshit. And like people say, oh, but it's complicated. It's for smart people. No, it's for fucking idiots. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Did you like Avatar? It was enjoyable. It wasn't like an amazing film or anything, but you know, it's just you know, fun blockbuster slop. It's not like anything special. I didn't see the second film, and definitely not going to watch the third one coming out. So this was the crash that killed Vince Impala.
A terrifying moment unfolded on Sunday, December 21st, when witnesses watched video game developer Vince Zampella zoom out of a tunnel in his red Ferrari. Car enthusiasts can be heard cheering with excitement on the side of the road when the 2026 Ferrari 296 GTS smashes into a...
Huh, that's kind of surprising. Modern Ferrari, and he died like that.
When
If that was a Porsche, he'd probably survived. Like, he did collide head-on with the barrier, but still.
can be heard cheering with excitement on the passenger seat away from the crash for his Infinity.
Well, that wasn't very smart.
He loved to, quote unquote, grab snatch, whereas we ended up snatching grub in the mess.
If you woke up tomorrow in fictional world, which would you pick first and last to be sent to?
I'd probably choose some kind of anime where I can just, like, fuck anime girls. I'm not entirely sure. Like, I mean, there's plenty to choose from. So, like, name the ecchi, basically. Worst world to pick? Like, maybe Scorn? Or what is that other game that sucked where you were literally in hell? So, like, just some shitty world, you know? Thanks for the donation, Boopity Bop.
My elbows are all banged up. I'm done for now.
There you go, you finally did it. Well, that's a relief. Nice job, dude. Yeah, getting 405 is a fucking pain in the ass, dude. That's seriously no joke. Good job, man. Yeah, that I remember when I did it. It was a huge fucking relief. My pec tendons were absolutely fucked. That's pretty normal to have, like, fucked up joints or tendons or something like that when you're going for, like, a big new PR like that. Thanks for the donation, though, Killing Titan. Good job.
What body fat percentage are you? And would you say smart scales are a good way to measure body composition other than DEXA scans, of course?
No. At best, they have internal validity, so the actual measurement might not be accurate, but the change might be somewhat accurate, but no. Smart scales aren't really going to tell you your body fat. Next best thing would be skinfold measurements. So if you get a skinfold caliper, that'd be the most accurate way. I'm not entirely sure. I know I'm under 15%. I might have gained a little bit of body fat. I weighed in at 235 this morning. I had that water retention issue. Before the water retention started happening, I was at like 232. I might still have a bit of water retention though. Like it keeps coming off a little bit every day. So I'm gonna have to see, but Yeah, so like I if I had to guess, like somewhere between like 12, 15, maybe. Thanks for the donation, Rack.
Spec King of Movies VG. Why do so many people act like Avatar is the worst thing ever? It's nowhere near that bad, it's just a generic action filk.
People are dumb. So that's why. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Talls of the system. Life is unfair. Yours, J. Epstein. So that is a.
So supposedly Epstein, while in jail, said to Larry Nassar, who's also a child rapist, that Trump should be in jail with him because he also raped kids.
Apparently, if this is indeed a letter that Jeffrey Epstein wrote to Larry Nassar, and there is nothing that goes along with this document to say that the FBI concluded or the DOJ concluded, yes, it is, or no, it isn't. But this is a letter that is purporting to be sent from Jeffrey Epstein accusing the president of engaging in some of the exact same behavior that Jeffrey Epstein was convicted and accused of doing. It's a lot to digest. It's also rather disturbing to think about, and I apologize for some of the language that is used in that letter, but I wanted to give it to you whole cloth, exactly as it's presented in these documents. This one is the most shocking to me personally out of all of the revelations that we have seen so far come out of these 30,000 pages, that a convicted sex offender is alleging, and former friend of the president is alleging that the president, Donald Trump, engaged in some of the same activity. But this is not the only allegation that's made in these documents. Let's get into this next one here. This is a report taken by the FBI. I want to start by noting the date here in the upper right-hand corner. This is taken on October 27th, 2020, which is just a few days before the presidential election of 2020, where Joe Biden defeated Donald Trump. So the timing of this allegation is directly before that election. It's not to say that this is not true, but just keep in mind, this is an unsubstantiated allegation. This is a 3-page document. I'll skip some of it, only to note that there is it seems to be a man. There's a lot of redactions here, so trying to keep straight exactly who's talking is a little difficult. But it seems like a man is talking to a woman who had some close associations to, it seems like, Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. Specifically, this man is apparently a limo driver. So Redacted asked Redacted about his time driving a limousine for 2 years in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. During Redacted time as a driver, he met Donald Trump. Redacted noted he picked the president up in 1995 and took him to the DFW airport. Redacted reported some of the things President Trump had spoken about during the ride while on his cell phone were very concerning. Redacted reported he was a few seconds from pulling the limousine over on the median and within a few seconds of pulling him out of the car and hurting him due to some of the things he was saying, as caller chose not to. Redacted noted Trump continuously stated the name Jeffrey while on the phone and made references to, quote, abusing some girl, unquote. Redacted was unsure who he was talking to nor who he was referencing. As Redacted talked about his time meeting Donald Trump, Redacted, and this is one of the girls referenced earlier in this document who he's talking to, Redacted immediately, or Redacted demeanor went, quote, stone cold, unquote, as Redacted stated, quote, he raped me. Redacted said, what? As Redacted replied, Donald J. Trump had raped her along with Jeffrey Epstein, unquote. Redacted noted some girl with a funny name, quote, took me into a fancy hotel or building. That's how it happened, unquote. And this letter goes on to note that, Redacted advised Redacted to call the police regarding the incident, but that the girl said, quote, I can't, they will kill me, unquote. And on Christmas Day, Redacted contacted another person, or contacted that person again, and she stated that she had, in fact, called the police about what they had talked about. Redacted told Redacted she had done good, but Redacted did not hear from her until several days later, when Redacted reached out to Redacted stating,
I'm a proud member of the vegan cult. Yes, 13 years ago I joined the dark side. Thanks, VGR leader. Well, no problem. It's what I do.
Redacted was dead, and noted she was found with her quote-unquote head blown off in Kiefer, Oklahoma. Officers on the scene and Redacted stated there was no way this was a suicide, but the coroner ruled it was a suicide. So this is, again, something that I want to point out. So the allegations made
that is pretty fucking crazy
in these documents, not necessarily true. I cannot stress that enough. The timing is a little suspicious, and it would bear further investigation. We would hope that more of these documents might shed some light, or the FBI might say something about what work it did to run down some of these leads, to try and vest the public with a little bit more confidence in the safety of, or in the sanctity of, these investigations. I want to call out one more document here. This one is called out by Sarah Longwell from The Bulwark. It's another report given to the FBI in October of 2020, so that same time period. This one's from a few weeks earlier. This is relating a group of people who
yeah, Evil Dead Rise was a fantastic movie. They just finished filming Evil Dead Burn and expect its first trailer in a couple months. Sweet. Yeah, Evil Dead Rise was fantastic. Even the remake that came out a while ago that a lot of people complained about, even that was good. Like, so far, all the Evil Dead movies have been pretty great.
Met and went to a party that was allegedly hosted by Ghislaine Maxwell. Villanueva, this is one of the people who went into this party, took Redacted inside. Villanueva told Redacted to stay close and not go into any of the rooms. Villanueva took Redacted to meet a man, and when Villanueva and Redacted approached him, he asked Villanueva if Redacted was cool. Redacted stated she was cool. Villanueva said, no, he means cool to have sex. Redacted, then the man said, no, he meant cocaine. Villanueva took Redacted back inside, and someone told the party that Donald Trump had invited them all to a party at Mar-a-Lago. Redacted told Villanueva she wanted to go, but Villanueva told Redacted it wasn't that kind of party. It was for prostitutes. So there you have an allegation that President Donald Trump is essentially running a prostitution ring out of Mar-a-Lago, or at least facilitating that kind of work. Again, this is just a report. This is not necessarily, verified fact. But again, this information coming out helps shed light on the shadowy world of the elites who are seemingly running and doing some pretty.
While on the subject, I am also so sick of seeing Avatar on almost every top 10 overrated movies list. It's getting so fucking old already.
Yeah, it's not that good. It's just blockbuster, like summer blockbuster slop. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Disgusting things if these allegations are to be believed. You have the Department of Justice.
No, I don't really like brown rice. Brown rice kind of sucks.
Because the Department of Justice released this statement. The Department of Justice has officially released nearly 30,000 pages of documents related to Jeffrey Epstein. Some of these documents contain untrue and sensationalist claims made against President Trump that were submitted to the FBI right before the 2020 election. To be clear, so that I want to stop. I want to pause right there to note it's calling out some claims that were made right before the 2020 election. That would include those two FBI reports that I read to you that they are claiming are untrue. But it's a little odd that the U.S. Justice Department feels the need to step in and do PR flack for the president.
It is, it's just bizarre.
Here. And what I will note is that would not necessarily include that letter supposedly sent from Jeffrey Epstein to Larry Nassar. Let's return to this statement here. To be clear, the claims are unfounded and false, and if they had a shred of credibility, they certainly would have been weaponized against President Trump already. Yeah, again, just immediately going to playing politics here. Nevertheless, out of our commitment to the law and transparency, the Department of Justice is releasing these documents with the legally required protections for Epstein's victims. I want to call out something here. The Department of Justice is calling out the fact, and I have as well, has called out the fact that some of these allegations were made in the run-up to the 2020 election, meaning that the timing is suspicious. I want to call out that the timing of this release is suspicious. The law that was passed by Congress mandating that these documents be released, mandated that they be released several days ago. So the fact that the Department of Justice is still now releasing them now is already in violation of that law. But I want to point out the timing. This is the day before Christmas Eve. If you've ever worked in media, you're familiar with the idea of the Friday news dump. And if you're not familiar, the Friday news dump is the idea that no one watches the Friday night news or reads the Saturday morning paper. No one's consuming news on Friday night or Saturday because they're out, having fun with friends, etc. So you release all of your most damaging stories to the media on Friday evenings. That is the Friday night news dump. This is a very similar situation where right before a holiday, before an extended holiday, for a lot of people, their time off or their time away from the news will be extending from perhaps already today or yesterday even, or maybe even this past weekend, all the way.
This is clearly all planned.
Donald Trump asked a number of questions about Jeffrey Epstein, and you can see that his brain is completely turned to mush. It's rotten mayonnaise. I don't know if it's even the real mayo with the egg. It might be one that they don't even use egg. It's just canola oil. Can you imagine something more pathetic? It's not even real mayo up there in his brain. He can't stay on track. And Trump upset that he is still being asked questions about Epstein. Well, I hate to tell you, now that you're showing up in the flight logs, there are going to be a lot of questions, sir.
Like, for instance, today we're building the biggest ships in the world, most powerful ships in the world, and they're asking me questions about Jeffrey Epstein. I thought that was finished. I believe they gave over 100,000 pages of documents.
He does not want to talk about this anymore. Trump would rather never hear the name Jeffrey Epstein again, but I've got news for him. We're getting the documents slowly but surely. There's also news that some of the redactions were done in such an unsophisticated way that you can just copy paste the text into Word and the unredacted text comes up. So we are going to learn a lot here. Trump tries to minimize the entire thing just by going, everybody was friends with this guy. But was everybody flying alone with him on his private plane, as we have now learned that Donald Trump did?
Thank you, Mr. President. Were you surprised by the number of photos of Bill Clinton in the Epstein files? And can you commit to their...
By the way, notice that this is a total, softball for Trump. Bill Clinton's in the pictures.
By what?
And were you surprised by the number of photos of Bill Clinton in the Epstein files? And can you commit to their full release by the end of the year? Some of the victims were protesting that too many of them were redacted.
I know there are a lot of people that are angry about all of the pictures of other people, but I think it's terrible. Look, I like Bill Clinton. I've always gotten along with Bill Clinton. I've been nice to him. He's been nice.
Would you meet Genetic Beast IRL? I think at this point I'd rather not, because the weirdo is eating raw meat with his hands, and I'd rather not get infected with whatever germs he has.
Nice to me. We've always gotten along. Respect him.
Right.
I hate to see photos come out of him, but this is what the Democrats, mostly Democrats, and a couple of bad Republicans are asking for. So they're giving their photos of me too. Everybody was friendly with this guy. Either friendly or not friendly, but he was around. He was all over Palm Beach and other places. The head of Harvard was his best friend, Larry Summers. And Bill Clinton was a friend of his, but everybody was. I actually threw him out of Mar-a-Lago. And as a person that was in Mar-a-Lago, I threw him out. This is Mar-a-Lago. It's the hottest place I think it's the hottest place in the world, but it's the hottest place in Florida. And
All right. Anyway, I'm not going to keep subjecting you indefinitely to this, but the point is Trump's rambling. He doesn't like any of this. And notice, by the way, that Trump is now angry about some of the stuff coming out, but he signed the bill into law. Like it's all completely mush in his brain. and conflicting motivations and explanations. And Trump even saying there are pictures coming out that don't really have anything to do with Epstein. It's just people who were like at a party, and you're ruining the reputations of people. And I think Trump is sort of saying here that he's going to take people down with him. It's very cryptic the way Trump talks about this. You can tell he doesn't like it. You can tell he's furious, but I don't really know what he's getting at here.
A lot of people are very angry that pictures are being released of other people that really had nothing to do with Epstein, but they're in a picture with him because he was at a party, and you ruin a reputation of somebody. So a lot of people are very angry that this continues. A lot of Republicans are angry because of the fact that it's just used to deflect against a tremendous success.
I don't know really the point Trump's making, other than maybe he wishes the
Agreed VG once again, you can't trust reviews or even critical praise with film or anything for that matter anymore.
Yeah, it do be like that. I think especially for video games at this point, there's so many fucktards playing video games and like dumbass young kids who don't know any better, and reviews are absolutely worthless at this point. You really have no idea until you actually play the game, which is why, again, PC gaming's just superior. If the game sucks, you can just refund it on Steam. But if you're a console peasant, you'll see good reviews, buy it, and then you're fucked. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
discussions were about the quote, tremendous success that he's having. On Epstein Island questions, Trump says he never went there. I don't know if I believe that, because we now have flight records that Trump was on Epstein's plane just with Epstein. Trump was on Epstein's plane with only Epstein and a 20-year-old. Do we really believe that at no point Trump went to the island? I mean, maybe he didn't. Maybe he did. I just don't know.
Less than $2 in some states. $1.99, $1.97, $1.95 a gallon. $1.95. Think of that. A gallon. Nobody ever thought they'd see that. They don't want to talk about that. They want to talk about Epstein. And the problem is a lot of Democrats are being caught up in the web, like Larry Summers. Larry Summers was the head of Harvard. He's now been forced to resign from every board he's on, and he was thrown off the Harvard board. Now, he was, he
like
was
a
at
dog.
Epstein's Island a lot. I wasn't. I never went there, by the way.
No.
But fortunately, it's nice. But I never went there. But a lot of people did go there.
Yeah. And then finally, Trump going back to this whole, I threw him out of Mar-a-Lago, which we've learned is not exactly what happened.
But everybody was. I actually threw him out of Mar-a-Lago. And as a person that was in Mar-a-Lago, I threw him out. Mar-a-Lago, this is Mar-a-Lago. It's the hottest place in...
Currently, this place in which we are, this is Mar-a-Lago.
Hottest place in the world, but it's the hottest place in Florida. And everybody would come here. He'd come here. We actually threw...
Now, of course, we've learned that Trump's recollection of this or retelling of it is very much untrue. Donald Trump argued that when he found out that Epstein was a creep, he threw him out of Mar-a-Lago. It turns out that that's not true. Trump allowed Epstein to remain a member of Mar-a-Lago long after it was revealed that he was a creep. Trump ultimately had a falling out with Epstein because it turned out that Epstein was stealing spa workers from Trump's Mar-a-Lago spa, young girls, to go and work for Epstein. And that's actually what pissed Trump off much later than he found out Epstein was a creep. So every single one of these stories has some spin on it to make it sound like Trump is this innocent victim here, when he very much appears certainly not to be innocent in the sense of he knew what Epstein was up to. Even if Trump didn't do anything himself, he absolutely knew what Epstein was up to and only had a problem when it started to annoy him, like, for example, taking young workers from his spa. Trump's brain turning to mush in real time, and
security concerns they may have. She went on to say, quote, the Department of Defense has signed off on every offshore wind lease ahead of construction. Yeah. So these are operations that have already been cleared by the Department of Defense as not posing a threat. They're already under construction. There are thousands of people working on it, and their claim that this interferes with national security, which is supported by no analysis, of course.
Another newly released Justice Department.
The principal question surrounding Epstein is why haven't there been prosecutions of his co-conspirators?
Do you think Blaha is agoraphobic or actually has a social life he just doesn't tell the trolls about? He clearly does not have a social life. For one thing, everybody knows about him. Like, the whole fake mercenary thing made him hated universally by fucking everybody. He's burned the bridge with every fucking friend he's ever had. No one will talk to him. And you can just see him in public. He's one of the most weird, awkward people you will ever fucking see in your entire life. That guy does not have a social life. He does not go to parties. Everybody who's ever met him talks about how he's super weird and awkward and just acts strange. So nobody wants to be friends with the guy. Nobody wants to be around him. Everyone talks about how he's like a fucking weirdo. You can see, like, there was that public access television show that he ended up being on in the audience. He's just a weirdo. He's done collabs with other, like, YouTubers and shit, too. What was that weird fucking one he did? There was that funny one where he was like spotting, what's his name? It was really funny. Fuck, I can't even remember the dude's name. But he doesn't have a social life. He also doesn't have money. So like, how is he gonna go out and do anything? There's a reason why you see him walking outside on his cell phone doing these streams and shit. It's because, like, what else can he afford to do but, like, walk outside? So, no, he has no social life. I don't think he is necessarily agoraphobic. He does seem paranoid, but, yeah, he has no social life, clearly.
If there were thousands of girls who were trafficked, raped, and assaulted...
Oh, yeah, Big J. Thanks for reminding me.
Donald Trump was...
Oh my god, I hate that. There we are. Yeah, so, like, that's the kind of weird shit you're talking about. Like, it's like an alien pretending to be part of the human race. So, he doesn't have any friends. He's not talking to anybody.
And yet, the only two people who've ever faced an ounce of accountability were Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Where is everyone else? Which, of course, is the basis for every assumption that the government was enabling a second tier of justice for those who commit heinous crimes because they're more focused on protecting their wealthy...
I thought I saw Rock Pikmin fair woven in the crowd, lol.
That's great. Thanks for the donation.
...powerful friends than actually holding criminals to account. Well, we've got new news on that front as a result of the latest batch of documents released from the DOJ. The contents of one email read, in part, quote, "Good morning, ASC is requesting an update on the 10 co-conspirators by close of business today. Can you tell us how many have been located, interviewed, served with grand jury subpoenas? I believe the breakdown was 5 in New York, 1 in North Carolina, 1 in Boston, and 3 in Florida. Please let me know if you need anything from us. Thank you, redacted. Violent Crime Section, Crimes Against Children Human Trafficking Unit." The response email...
Yeah, so they've been lying this entire time. Like, they've been acting as if it was just Epstein and Maxwell. And they hid this, like, that there were 10 co-conspirators.
reads, of the 10 co-conspirators, 3 have been located in Florida and served grand jury subpoenas. 1 in Boston, 1 in New York City, and 1 in Connecticut were located and served. 4 of the 10 are outstanding with attempts having been made. 1 is a wealthy businessman in Ohio. A lead is being sent to CV. The remaining 3 are currently out of pocket. The team, 8 SAs, TFOs, 2 U.S. attorneys, is flying out tonight, tomorrow to various locations in Florida to interview approximately 25 victims. The 1-800-CALL-FBI line is up and running. We have received approximately 45 calls, which are in the process of vetting out. Let me know if you need anything else, Sean. Now, I want to note that just because someone is named in the files is not a guarantee of guilt. However, if a prosecutor felt comfortable enough to call these people co-conspirators in writing, in an email, in an official correspondence, then clearly that suggests that there was some degree of evidence to do so. All of which is a point that former federal prosecutor Glenn Kirshner made here.
You know, Brian, when you say that this letter suggests
How
that there
did
may
Blaha
be...
become so disgusting looking and out of shape in just a few years? Like that video you just played of him from 8 years ago, he looked healthy, young and fit and not like complete shit. Now he looks like a disgusting fat wrinkly old man.
Blaha has never really looked particularly good. For one thing, like, he's always had weight issues. He's been able to follow, like, a diet for a little while, and then he just goes completely off the rails and gains a fuck ton of weight. And then he keeps saying, oh yeah, I'm going to diet, I'm going to diet, I'm going to diet. He never does. And then finally, like, something clicks where he's finally able to do it, loses a bunch of weight, and then goes completely off the rails, gains a fuck ton of weight again. And especially as you get older, if you keep going through those cycles, and on top of that, depending on your body proportions, genetics, how well you are with, what is it? How much elastin and everything is in your skin, you can end up having a lot of loose skin and looking really weird. Also, as far as I can tell, he's using less steroids, so that's also not going to help him look any better. Part of that might be because he's so broke he can't really afford them anymore. Who knows? Like, he's really destitute. Even though testosterone, especially on the black market, is pretty cheap. He might actually be that broke where affording, like, needles and shit is kind of a problem. But yeah, thanks for the donation, Dodo. Apparently he also had an alcohol addiction for a while. That definitely is not going to age you well. Dodo donated $2. Let me see. In dataset 8 of the Epstein file release, which was briefly posted on the Justice Department website, letter alleging... Yeah, we already watched a video about that. Oh god, this guy again. Oh, wow. He's still around doing stuff? This guy was completely off my radar. He's gotten fat too. That's kind of funny. Like, really fat. He was never in shape, but like now he's actually really fat. And then he's like fear-mongering about vaccines. For thousands of years, humanity lived without a syringe of man-made poison. Yeah, and everyone died of disease. So if you like the fact that we don't live with smallpox anymore, I guess those syringes aren't too bad. What a fucktard. Just a fucking idiot. Love how Mr. Health Expert is just fucking obese now. Makeup artist who is Muslim blames Bondi Beach Hanukkah massacre on an IDF soldier.
Why is nobody talking about the fact that the Bondi Beach shooter was ex-IDF?
He was not. Aren't they fucking Syrian immigrants?
He served in the Israeli army.
No, he didn't. You can tell just by the way they're shooting, they never served in the Israeli military.
Hello?
Why are so many like dumb people allowed to exist? Users on TikTok realizing they can't just copy and paste the redacted text from Epstein file PDFs to read what it says.
Oh, look at this pesky redaction. Let's just get.
Insane. This is what happens when you fire government.
Wow. Yeah, I guess firing the government employees wasn't that great of an idea.
It still hurts in the same spot, right? And look at the atrophy that she already has through there. Mm-hmm. Huge amount of atrophy. Okay. All right, we can turn it off. All right.
Why did you send me this? Oh, Larry Nasser. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Clearly he doesn't believe that the Black Plague was a thing.
Yeah, didn't it wipe out like half of humanity? Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Co-conspirators, I have a different take as a career.
Would you only recommend steroids if you're intending on competing, otherwise just testosterone or TRT? Entirely depends. Like, testosterone is a steroid, so... Like, I think just to be more clear, you should have asked, should you only take high doses of steroids if you're intending to compete, otherwise just use TRT doses? Like, the thing is, it entirely depends on what you want to do with your life and what your personal interests are, recreational or otherwise. So I would say for 99% of people, all they really need is TRT or like TRT plus, where maybe it's a bit more than TRT. More focused on my career path, but do have an interest to look jacked on just test. You can look plenty jacked on TRT doses for sure, especially like TRT plus, where you're talking more around the 200-300 milligram mark. Dodo donated $2. Rumors that Trump will pardon Snowden, who has taken up residence in, of course, Russia, and whose leak cost American lives. This will complete Trump's morphing into Putin's best boy. That would, speak volumes about his allegiance with Russia. Please watch this. Tell me what you think.
Oh my God, you look so cute. Right here. Okay.
MashaAllah, adorable.
Assalamu alaikum, guys.
Walaikum assalam.
Are you guys celebrating Christmas?
Sure are.
Beautiful lights, Christmas vibes, it's the best. You do know by celebrating Christmas, you're agreeing that Allah has a son, right? Dad? Is that true?
No, baby, that's not our intentions. So it's okay to celebrate it. Don't listen to her.
Dude, Christmas is undeniably the best holiday, like especially if you're a kid. Like if you're a family person, like especially for children, Christmas by far best holiday. Muslims, let's not eat anything. That's their holiday. Let's just starve.
She's being extreme.
Actually, by participating
Yeah, that's not even his daughter. That's actually his wife.
in this holiday, you're accepting that Allah was born today. But Dad, that's totally haram.
Unbelievable. Why you gotta make Islam so difficult, huh? It's like everything is haram with you guys. Can't I just have a day where I take my kid out We celebrate by opening some gifts. I mean, what's the harm in that?
I'm glad you asked.
Can you help me with the Eid decorations?
Yeah, right. I'm done with this!
I guess because she's a kid, he doesn't have a problem with it. That's a little weird. I'm sure if that was an adult, he wouldn't be cool with her taking her scarf thing off. They have a weird thing in Islam where, like, it's okay for kids to show their hair for some reason. I have no idea.
Whoa. At this point, celebrating these holidays isn't even about, is it haram? It's about putting your Islamic identity in danger. Dad, Allah's blessed us with Islam. And honestly, that's all we need.
You got that right.
Now you get it. Dad, let's get out of here.
Yeah, let's celebrate the holidays by not eating anything. I was gonna give you presents, but nah, let's just starve.
Good idea.
Now
Fucking Muslims, dude. Like, that's just the most cringe horse shit. Watch, then read the comment. Unhinged vegan gains threatens to throw 71-year-old vegan woman for feeding her cat fish. She's not vegan.
Yes, Chickpea, if there is available, vegan food in pet shops, why are you not willing to purchase it?
Because I've discussed the matter with my vet, and
But why is your vet?
Opinion.
So basically, she has no critical thinking skills.
Guys, be nice to Chickpea. She is an older lady. She's
I don't care how old she is. Look, she has no critical thinking skills. She believes the last thing she was told, and she's too fucking lazy to do any research herself or get a second opinion.
just go and naff off, you stupid little man. Because I tell you something, I can see now why people hate people like you.
You want to see how far I can throw you?
Oh my god.
Oh, aren't you the sweetie? Wow. I wouldn't like to meet you in a dark alleyway. I think it'd be rather dangerous. Anyway, Dean W, my vet.
Hello, LA, these two guys, VG and Noodles. Think they know more about cat health than my vet, who I have seen for many years, and I've been living with a large amount of cats for the past 30 years, 6 or 7 at a time. Cat's digestive tract is extremely short and is not designed to deal with endless amounts of grain. We covered this in the debate. Vegan cat food isn't just rice. Like, it's so stupid. By the way, they do add a fair bit of plant matter to normal cat food. In fact, I think your average cat food formulation by weight has more plant food in it than it has meat, and they do that because the fiber in the plant foods is beneficial for their digestion. It helps clear bowel masses throughout their digestive system a bit easier. Has some tertiary, other health benefits. I think it helps with what's it called? It helps prevent liver disease or something in cats, and it also helps with smell. Cat shit. If you feed a cat meat, their shit is just disgusting. So it also helps with smell too. It's just the sad, brutal truth. It's not. I can see why so many people hate the vegan movement. She's a dumb bitch, dude. Yeah, I'd throw her. I'd throw her as far as I can. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo, donate $2. Did your opinion on George W. Bush change after watching the latest Sarah Payne lecture? Well, that was George Bush Sr. I never had a bad opinion of George Bush Sr. I didn't realize how integral he was to helping end the Cold War in the West's favor, and especially with reuniting Germany. Yeah, I didn't know anything about that personally. So George Bush Sr. seems a lot smarter than his dumb bitch son, but thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Why do videos about Islam like that exit?
Well, Muslims learn to change light bulbs, and they eventually learn to use cell phone video cameras. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Dear federal prosecutor, this is rock solid, definitive proof that there are 10 co-conspirators. Why do I say that? You know, we are very careful about the words we use, the language we use to describe folks who may sort of, come within the ambit of a criminal investigation, a criminal probe. And the reason we're careful with the way we choose to describe people is because once a prosecutor labels somebody a co-conspirator, whether the prosecutor labels that person a co-conspirator orally in a casual conversations to, for example, a defense attorney or a witness, or puts it in writing, that means that we have concluded, prosecutors have concluded, there is enough evidence to believe they are part of the criminal conspiracy, and hence, in the natural order of things for prosecutors, they need to be held accountable for their crimes. Now, you can hold somebody accountable and
Dodo and each other's the SVG. I said George H.W. Bush, not George W. Bush. H.W. is the senior. Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. Appreciate the donation, Dodo.
any number of ways. You can indict them and try to convince them to plead guilty, perhaps as a cooperator, what we call flipping them and getting them to testify against bigger criminal fish like Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein, or you can indict them and take them to trial if they don't want to cooperate. That's another way of holding them accountable. You know,
Are you kidding me? All the Bushes are war criminals.
No, they're not. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. I think that's a fake Dodo.
Hello you dumb nigger Blackie Goonspook, how are you today? Huge fan, check out these links Blackie. Your disgusting Blakey face.
I'm doing rather well today, thank you for asking. Let me see.
Geldim abi. Girdim. Whoa. Whoa!
I think that's a bit steeper than it actually looked. The POV going down looked ridiculous. It's probably still pretty steep. Oh my goodness. Ow. Dude, they're so insanely clumsy. What the fuck? Pandas are special. That is for sure. Thanks for the donation, faggot.
Oh wow, I didn't realize how cucked his Canada government is, so cucked that they are enabling the breakup of the country.
Canada allows signature collection for an Alberta independence referendum. Alberta's election commission has approved an initiative to hold a referendum on the province cessation from Canada, clearing the way for independent support to begin collecting signatures. You know, all they have to fucking do is not ban guns and not cuck oil production, and that's it. Yeah, and I think this actually, the majority of the reason they're deciding to do this is because they're kind of fed up with the liberal government trying to take away guns, and they have also been kind of cucking Alberta's ability to produce oil. Like it's just so outrageously fucking stupid, dude. I don't know why the liberal government is so cool with making everyone poor. I was looking into this. Like, there's some dispute over whether or not this would be legal. I don't know if they're figuring they're not going to actually go through with it or something, but it's so stupid. I can't stand the fucking liberal government, dude. They're such fucking pieces of shit. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo $2, would you agree you kind of did this with your physique? "10 lazy years disappear when you finally lock in." Sounds dramatic, but it's true. 6 months of real discipline can erase an entire decade of mediocrity. You realize I was training for a long period of time. Like, I got fat because I was just trying to bulk to get to that 410 bench. Like, it was kind of stupid. I probably shouldn't have gained that much weight, but the fuck are you talking about? Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Yes, they are. That's what liberals have been saying for years. What do you mean they're not war criminals? George Bush started the Iraq War.
That's great. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Why were you crying?
I've answered your question. You're going to answer my question.
Shut the fuck
Is there
up!
such... You're so stupid. I thought you were a good debater.
No.
You're
You
dumb.
didn't even ask me if...
Dodo, donate $2.
Doesn't matter how long it takes you. Listen, I know guys that were on their last 50K, 20.
Cam, donate $2. Would this be you?
What's up, guys?
I'm selling desserts to raise money for our basketball team.
What are you selling? What's this?
Peach pie.
Peach pie? You guys know what this means?
No.
It means get that shit out of here! Get that
No. Thanks for the donation, Cam.
Oh great, she's back. Can't we just deport her to Plastoin already? Also BTW is Ditsiny in his Discord now?
I don't know. Let me see. Arrested in London under the Terrorism Act for holding a sign that said, "I support the Palestine action prisoners. I oppose genocide." Weren't those people literally committing acts of terrorism, though? They should just lock her away. I'd love to see her face, like, if she got a 10-year sentence. I'd love to see her face in court where, like, this isn't a game anymore. Fucking Greta Thunberg's a piece of shit. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Another way that we can deal with them that doesn't really represent accountability, but sometimes we do it of necessity. If we decide to strike a non-prosecution agreement with somebody like that, perhaps grant them immunity and compel them to testify against the bigger criminal fish. That is also a way of dealing with resolving their culpability. But once I read that there are 10 co-conspirators, at least in the estimation of the prosecutors who are on this email string, and they are going about trying to investigate and deal with these 10 co-conspirators, as that letter you just put up there indicates. It begs the question, why in the hell weren't those 10 co-conspirators?
Look, I don't know. Situation like that's a little murky, but if somebody was holding up a sign saying, I support ISIS and I support, like, ex-ISIS terror attack, would you want them arrested or not?
How are they not war criminals when George Bush Jr. started the Iraq War? Please explain. If they aren't, then why do so many say they are?
It doesn't mean they all are, Dodo. Thanks for the donation.
Indicted, tried, convicted, sentenced for their crimes. You know, when you say these people are part of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell's conspiracy, we all know that Ghislaine Maxwell went to trial, got convicted of multiple felony charges, and is serving 20 years in prison, which, all things being equal, is what should have happened to those 10 co-conspirators. But we know full well none of them were.
Dodo, donate $2. Let me see. Oh my goodness. I love seeing the kitty chin here. And your fat cat. Those are nice catch.
This is...
This is one of the rarest video game consoles on the planet. Only about 1,000...
Is that a Pong console?
...units were ever made. In a country that doesn't exist anymore. It's the first and only console ever produced by the former East German Communist state, the GDR. Its name is the Bildschirmspiel 01, or the BSS-1. We wanted to know...
That sounds exactly like something the Germans would make up. Fucking PlayStation, Xbox, Nintendo, Wii, or some shit. Bildenstein X1. Yeah.
Everything about it. Who invented it? Why was it built? What does it tell us about communist tech ambitions? And maybe the most important question, what does it feel like to actually play it? The BSS-1 is more than a quirky piece of legacy hardware. It tells a story about a secret war being fought in living rooms around the world, even today. This is the hunt for the lost communist console.
Hey, this is Jonas. You might recognize my voice. I'm the guy with the accent and one of the founders of Fern.
When we first heard about this mysterious console, we knew immediately we needed to get our hands on one, so we went online. The BSS-1 is extremely rare. Of the roughly 1,000 units originally produced, only a fraction seem to still exist. They came in different colors. Most models are solid black with yellow or orange buttons.
That power never heard of the Arab slave trade. Lol, sounds like a high school dropout.
Is that a gecko?
Yeah, you got remember, so current symbiote, vibranium, adamantium, kryptonite, all of these are infusing the Omnitrix, which is supercharged by the Speed Force and enhanced by Blue Beetle Scarab. Everything is attached to the Infinity Gauntlet. We have the Elemental Rings and the Power Rings driven by the emotions of the heart of Chuck Norris. And then I use the Ant-Man trigger to scale down this dual disc loaded with Exodia and supercharged by the Bionicle Mask. I have Ghost Rider chains, a living face hugger, and the Force channeled through Harry Potter's wand. And then, cause why not? And to make things even more interesting, I throw a Beyblade in the mix. Stanley's pen, and one ring to rule them all.
That is nice and retarded. Is this Hassan who never heard of the... Oh, just some random...
I would trust a Muslim with my life before any Christian. Any Christian of any race. I would trust a Muslim.
Yep, and that's why they're committing terror attacks and killing people.
With my life before any Christian of any race. And you want to know why? Muslims didn't put my ancestors in chains.
Yeah, they did.
And drag them from Africa across the Atlantic.
Yeah, they did.
And brought us to the Americas.
Dude, to this day, they still make racist jokes about black people being slaves.
To be enslaved. And raped. And
wow, this guy's a fucktard. Thanks for the donation, just random vids.
Hey, the Jermaines may have started the Holocaust, but on the bright side, at least they gave us cool gaming consoles.
I don't think they did, Dodo. That was other companies. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Fuck, what the fuck? Oh my god.
White one with white controllers. We found that exact variant on eBay. Even though it's more than 45 years old, it looks almost brand new. Collectors say only about 15 of these are left worldwide. We buy it, and a few days later, the BSS-1 is finally delivered. But not to us.
In this box, there's a very, very special console, a gaming console, made in the GDR, in the German Democratic Republic. And we just bought it for 900 euro, and we want to unbox it and see what it's worth. Let's go.
This is Daniel Budemann. He's been one of the defining faces of German gaming culture for nearly 2 decades. He hosted legendary video game shows on MTV Germany and later on YouTube. We met with him in Hamburg to put this historic console through its paces.
Here we are. So this is it. This is the RFT TV Spiel, or the Bildschirmspiel 01. The one and only gaming console made in the GDR, which is weird, isn't it?
The BSS-1 is about 30 centimeters wide and weighs roughly 1.5 kilos. It comes with 2 controllers. There's a number behind one of them.
If you take a look, this is a small stamp with the number 710.
Every single unit has its own unique serial number. Online, there's a list tracking all of the surviving devices, or all the known ones anyway. Ours doesn't seem to be on it, which suggests it might be a rare find. This red button is the power switch. Below it is a row of yellow buttons. These let you select the different games. There are 4 in total: pelota, squash, football, and tennis. The black buttons here on the left let you adjust various in-game settings. Even though East Germany developed its own computers and microelectronics, it made only a single attempt at building a video game console. The country had a very particular relationship with technology. It was largely cut off from the West, and sourcing modern tech was often difficult, if not impossible. That raises the real questions. Why video games? Who pushed this project forward? And what were they actually trying to achieve? It's the 1970s. Germany is divided by a political and very physical border called the Iron Curtain. In the West, there's the Democratic Federal Republic. In the East is the authoritarian GDR, a proxy state of the Soviet Union. In the Western world, technological progress is speeding ahead full throttle. Part of this trend is the emerging video game industry. In 1972, the first commercially available home console in video game history hits the US market. It's called the Magnavox Odyssey.
The electronic game of the future. Odyssey can be many things to your family. Fun, excitement, entertainment, challenge, and education.
The console can, well, it can't do much. It's basically just a few glowing squares drifting across the screen. The system ships with 12 pre-installed games that turn your TV into a soccer field or a hockey rink. But first, you have to attach colored plastic sheets to the screen. One game stands out: tennis, which is actually more like a very basic version of ping pong. It's easy to learn and very intuitive. Atari sees the potential and adapts the idea to create Pong. In less than a year, Pong becomes the first commercially successful video game in history. Before long, competitors are racing to copy the concept.
You can choose tennis, or hockey, handball, or squash.
Over the next few years, video games evolve at breakneck speed. By 1977, consoles like the Atari 2600 are conquering living rooms from the United States to Western Europe.
I'd like the most popular home video game system ever.
Ah, the system you want is the Atari 2600.
Not so fast. I want a system that can play hundreds of games.
Oh, then what you want is the Atari 2600.
But I'd like the system that can also play educational games for my children.
Then what you want is the Atari 2600.
Fine.
Video game graphics and sound effects improve rapidly. Within just a few years, the industry produces its first true icons: Space Invaders, Asteroids, and of course, Pac-Man.
Now from Atari, a great new video game, Pac-Man.
By the late 1970s, the first home computers are sold in the US. Machines like the Commodore PET 2001 and the Apple II. And with that, the West pulls far ahead of the East in both tech and gaming. It's wild to think about how we went from here to here. Keeping up with the speed of tech is hard enough. Actually understanding AI can feel almost impossible. But notice how we started with something intriguing like the BSS-1 and organically slid into actually learning something? That's exactly what Brilliant does. Say you're looking to build better habits for next year, like really unlimited daily access.
Release the redacted min files.
Sure, I'll do that. Thanks for the donation one.
In the 1970s, most households in East Germany already have a TV in the living room, but they can only dream of owning a computer, let alone a game console. Of course, East Germans noticed that technology is increasingly becoming part of everyday life in the rest of the modern world, so the GDR decides to do something about the massive gap between their consumer technology and that of Western industrial countries. In 1977, the GDR declares microelectronics the country's top priority. Billions are poured into building an independent microchip industry. The idea is twofold. One, strengthen the GDR's position as an industrialized nation. Two, have its own population experience the luxury of owning home computers. Atari's success with Pong in the West doesn't go unnoticed either. By the mid-70s, the GDR's leadership decides that the country will build a console of its own.
So let's try to figure out what the BSS-01 can do or can't do. And as you can see, an exact copy of the Western version of Pong. So this is tennis, and yes, it works.
With the controllers, you can move the paddles up or down to hit the ball. With these black buttons on the left, you can adjust in-game settings like paddle size or ball speed.
So now you've got the hard mode of Pong. Interesting. Let's try soccer. Ooh, all right, interesting. So we got squash. Oh, interesting, all right. And let's try a game which is called Pilota. But I don't know what Pilota means, actually. Let's make it faster, maybe that's interesting. All right.
A match ends once one of the two players makes it to 15 points, or when you get bored, like Danielle here.
I think this is it.
So much for legacy gameplay, but for the GDR, achieving even this took tremendous effort. In the 70s, there were quite a few manufacturers producing microelectronics in the GDR. To boost efficiency and streamline administration, several factories were usually integrated into so-called combines. Every combine ultimately reported to the government, or more specifically, to the State Secretary for Electronics and Engineering. At the time, that position is held by a man named Karl Neindl. His job is to turn the GDR into a microelectronics powerhouse. Neindl isn't your stereotypical party bureaucrat. He's a trained electrical engineer with a reputation for knowing exactly what he's talking about. He's strict, uncompromising, and he doesn't tolerate sloppiness. If anyone underperforms, Neindl won't hesitate to fire them on the spot. His colleagues call him Revolver Karl. The semiconductor plant in Frankfurt Oder is the GDR's largest manufacturer of microelectronics. The factory produces electronic components for devices like radios and TVs. Sometime around 1976 or 77, Revolver Carl shows up at the plant. He has an Atari console in his hands and a chip with Pong on it. His order is simple.
I agree, release the Rockmin for Hovin files.
And non-negotiable. Build this. Like all Eastern Bloc states, the GDR is a planned economy, meaning capital, resources, and labor are all allocated from the top. The engineers get to work. But how were they supposed to build this thing? Their biggest headache is the main chip. Since 1949, a coalition of Western industrial nations known as COCOM has been coordinating and controlling exports to the Eastern Bloc. Their goal is to stop communist states from using advanced Western technology for military purposes. One item embargoed by COCOM is high-performance microchips. Anything too powerful or modern is blacklisted and can't legally be exported to the GDR. The country lacks both the cutting-edge hardware and the money to develop such chips on their own. But the chip used in the Atari is the American AY3-8500. It's so low-end that it slips past the blacklist, so the GDR engineers import it. The chip sits here, right at the heart of the console. The other components were either manufactured in the GDR or imported from...
That's gotta be so fucking embarrassing. Imagine being like an engineer from another country and like realizing, oh, our society is like fucking retarded. We can't even produce like the lowest of the low-end computer chips that America produces. Like, wow. And they can't even reverse engineer it and they have to import it.
From other Soviet states. For example, the speaker up here in the top right comes from Tesla, a state-owned company in former Czechoslovakia. This piece in the top left is the power transformer that supplies electricity to the console. The RF modulator in the center converts the signals coming from the console to a format that TV receivers can handle. The plastic casing was also produced in the GDR. The colors weren't necessarily an aesthetic choice. Factories just used whatever material happened to be available at the time. In 1979, the first BSS-1 rolls off the production line. The GDR now has its very own game console, and the country has big plans for it. The regime hopes to get young people excited about technology. If East Germany ever wants to catch up to the West, it needs a population that understands computers and a workforce capable of building them. Party leaders also see video games as an instrument of power, a chance to showcase socialist progress and the ability to innovate just like the West. But reality quickly catches up. The BSS-1 has a steep price tag. It costs roughly half of what an average East German citizen makes per month.
Whoa.
Most consoles end up in state-run youth centers, where kids can at least play in them together. The dream of a successful East German game console never materializes. Production stops just 2 years after the initial launch. Plans to build a follow-up model with color output are briefly considered, but never pursued. Instead, the plant moves on to manufacturing another piece of cutting-edge tech: radio alarm clocks. But the GDR isn't ready to give up on gaming just yet. In the mid-80s, East Germany commissions the development of the Polyplay, a coin-operated arcade machine. It's far more technically advanced than the BSS-1 and comes with twice as many games. It features games like Hare and Wolf, which is basically a Pac-Man ripoff. You could enjoy target practice in a classic shooting gallery, chase butterflies, or go on a virtual deer hunt. Up until the very end, the GDR firmly believed in the power of video games, especially over young people.
Remember what Hassan said about communism being so great, and this is the best they can do? Spot a new C4 flavor at my 7-Eleven called Serial Killer. Guess it's supposed to taste like Fruit Loops. That sounds like it wouldn't work. Yeah, that sounds weird.
In 1988, an East German researcher and educator wrote, "Computer games objectively tend to help children take in the ideas and values of socialism through play and its imaginative appeal." 1 year later, the Berlin Wall came down. The GDR ceased to exist, and with it, the country's gaming ambitions. But by commissioning the BSS-1, the GDR had tapped into a much bigger idea.
21st $20. Am I the reason you pause donations during sets in your workout streams? Yes. Thanks for the donation.
Using video
dipshit.
games as a tool for projecting and wielding power, a strategy that is more prevalent than ever. Over the past decade, another communist country has quietly become a global gaming powerhouse: China. Since 2015, tech giant Tencent has been buying stakes in gaming companies all over the world. Today, Tencent is the largest video game company on the planet. It absolutely dominates the rapidly growing market for mobile games. But for the Chinese government, video games are more than just a profitable industry. They're also a strategic tool for broadcasting a positive image of the country to the rest of the world. In 2019, the country published official guidelines encouraging developers to weave traditional Chinese culture into video games. The action RPG Black Myth: Wukong, released in 2020.
This game sucks. Fucking piece of garbage. The people who gave this good reviews are fucking retards.
Has become a massive international hit. It's a huge success for China's gaming industry, and also for the Chinese government.
Yeah, everyone's a fucktard.
Let's face it, the only reason that black guy is saying he trusts Muslims more than Christians is because Muslims are people of color, unlike a lot of Christian settlers who historically were white.
He's just a stupid fuckwit. That's all there is to it. He's just dumb as fuck. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. It's because the Chinese botted reviews. There were a lot of fucking normie dipshit media outlets giving it good reviews. Like, it just sucks. Absolute fucking trash game. I could believe the botting. Like, the thing is, on Steam, I don't know how much you can really bot reviews on Steam, because pretty sure they only let you leave reviews if you bought it. So, like, is the CCP buying hundreds or thousands of copies of the game and then leaving good reviews? Like, it doesn't make any sense. So, it seems like it genuinely did get a very positive reception, and it's one of the shittiest games I've ever played.
Government. The state wasn't directly involved in creating the game, but party officials still frame it as a win for the nation.
So this game alone did more to popularize Chinese culture narratives internationally than many former propaganda campaigns because of, the content itself that's in the video game.
Many Chinese video games are heavily censored.
China has to, keep a positive image of itself. And that includes doing censorship to any, speeches or behavior that violates what China wants to show to the world.
Oh, yeah, I remember that fucking Marvel game. Yeah, it censored Winnie the Pooh.
Since companies like Tencent are closely tied to the state, user data can easily wind up in the wrong hands. Despite these risks, China is becoming more and more attractive to Western tech companies. It's already the world's second largest gaming market. And Europe and the US are increasingly important markets for China's gaming industry too. China may just be on track to achieve what East Germany could only dream of, using gaming to project power.
And that's why we need eugenics. If people are smart like me, they would know that Black Myth Wukong sucks.
Are held accountable. The question becomes why? And then there are some questions based on what Kash Patel and Pam Bondi have been trying to peddle to the American people in recent months.
And of course, to continue watching our coverage of the Epstein files, please make sure to subscribe to this channel. It is and always will be 100% free. The subscribe button is right here on the screen. But this all raises the obvious question, why weren't any of these people charged? Who is responsible for allowing 10 co-conspirators to walk? In fact, FBI Director Kash Patel testified under oath this year that internal files contained no credible information Epstein trafficked these girls to anyone other than himself.
Who, if anyone, did Epstein traffic these young women to besides himself?
Himself. There is no credible information.
None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals. And the information we have, again, is limited.
So the answer is no one?
For the information that we have.
So which...
They were literally exploring 10 leads.
Is it? Was there no information to suggest that anybody else was involved? Or were there at least 10 people who a U.S. attorney felt strongly enough existed that he literally put it in writing, in an official communication? And that discrepancy is a point that Glenn Kirshner discussed here as well.
You know, what Kash Patel just said in that clip was also another version of what he and Pam Bondi tried to sell to the American people in a joint press release back in July. And here is what Kash Patel says. And he goes on and on about what an incredibly thorough and exhaustive search and review of all of the Epstein files he and his FBI agents conducted. And then he says, as a result of that exhaustive search, we did not uncover any evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. So I would ask him, then why is it that the federal prosecutors who were actually involved in the investigation and prosecution of Jeffrey Epstein and the trial against Ghislaine Maxwell put in writing there are 10 co-conspirators of Jeffrey Epstein in his sex trafficking conspiracy, and we are now scouring the country. We're heading down to Florida. We're going to interview victims. We are subpoenaing as many of these.
Actually, nigger, you're the reason you pause donations in your workout streams. I don't do anything like spam the N-word to get your stream taken down. You just get triggered when I say certain names. That reaction comes from within you. It's not me.
It's great. Thanks for the donation, dipshit. Wanted to wish you a Merry Christmas. Hoping you have a good holiday. It's funny they messed up on redacting some files where you can copy paste. Well, thank you. Happy holidays to you too. The Trump administration is just so outrageously incompetent. It's mind-blowing.
You could simply choose to not let my words bother you. You could be like the rock sitting in the water, letting the rain and the ripples bounce right off. But instead, you let the rain and ripples penetrate you. Me simply saying words you don't like.
That's nice. Thanks for the advice. Appreciate the donation, dipshit.
These co-conspirators as we can find. Why? Because ultimately we're going to hold these people accountable. And then Kash Patel and Pam Bondi want us to believe that, they were wrong about that, and Kash really knows best, and gosh darn it, there's just nobody else who committed any crimes together with Jeffrey Epstein, who reportedly sex trafficked 1,000 women. To whom? To just himself and Ghislaine Maxwell? Brian, none of this passes the laugh test.
And let's be clear, the way that this whole thing is being bungled right now, from the obvious suppression of these files to the clear incompetence that's being put on full display right now, is obviously a major problem for this administration. Here's one Epstein survivor putting her feelings on full display this morning.
Talking about Trump, right? Just to be clear, in terms of pointing the fingers or having... Yes, exactly. And you said that before, that you have never heard anything to implicate him.
Exactly. It wasn't until I started meeting some of the other women from different countries and different states where I really started to hear their stories. And of course, as a survivor sister and going through what I went through, I do believe these girls. But at the end of the day, I am no longer supporting this administration. I redact any support I've ever given to him, Pam Bondi, Kash Patel. I am so disgusted with this administration. I think that Pam Bondi and Kash Patel both need to resign. And I would love to see number 47 get impeached over this. And I'm just waiting.
Should Pam Bondi be held in contempt, you think, for the release of these
She needs
files?
to be held more than in contempt. Absolutely.
The reality is that clearly something is being hidden. Clearly something is being covered up.
Yeah.
Donald Trump would not have spent the last 11 months and this much of his political capital burying these files if there wasn't something worth burying. It does not take a genius to recognize that where there's smoke, there's fire. And per usual, the principal arsonist is Donald Trump. Luckily, it doesn't look like his efforts are going to be enough to contend with the bipartisan effort to ensure that everything he's trying to hide ultimately sees the light of day.
I was on the Jay Cutler podcast a few weeks ago, and I was discussing androgen receptor sensitivity and the fact that in today's day and age, no one wants to go off cycle anymore because, God forbid they stop taking testosterone for a few weeks. They think they're going to lose, all their size, which is just not the truth. And I explained that the reason why you want to do that not only is for detoxification purposes, but just to give the androgen receptors an ability to regenerate themselves. And what I mean by that is that, androgen receptors, are what limit our response to androgens, testosterone, and all the anabolic steroids that we take. the longer we're on them and the higher the levels we're on, eventually your body doesn't want to be overwhelmed by all this testosterone, so it starts to downregulate androgen receptors. It lowers the amount of receptors on the nucleus that can recognize these different compounds. It's only logical, okay, that happens. And we know that happens because you never grow as well as you do the first 6 weeks or 8 weeks on a cycle, and then it attenuates itself. You don't stop growing, but you don't grow at the same level, okay, because your receptors decrease. And that happens with clenbuterol. It happens with anything you take. So by going off once a year and bringing your levels down super low, because what's essentially going to happen is you're not going to produce anything, right, for a different time period for each person, but you're going to have very low levels more than likely for several weeks, is that your body's not going to know that you have low testosterone production in your body or that you're not taking what you were taking before. It's going to think that there's not enough receptors to recognize those androgens there. So what it does is it increases androgen receptor numbers. You might do this for 4 to 6 weeks, 4 to 8 weeks, keep increasing the receptor numbers until finally the body realizes there's just no hormone there, not there. And eventually then you go back on a cycle, now you respond really well. And this is something that's been going on for years and years and years. Nowadays, guys don't want to go off anymore. So they've created this myth, and they use studies that don't support their point of view, but that circumstantially support their point of view. So what they're doing is they're creating a narrative that's not true. This guy, Jason Coley, loves to go after me on Instagram, and he's waving this study on his Instagram reel. And the study doesn't even have anything to do with androgen receptors. He's like, we have evidence now that androgen receptors are increased in response to high androgens. And he's waving this, putting the study on the screen. If you look at the study and you zoom in on it, it has nothing to even do with androgen receptors. It's about different forms of testosterone, long-acting, short-acting, which is better. And the studies that are out there that suggest that androgen receptors are increased in response to androgens are done on prostate cancer cells, okay, which have nothing to do with muscle cells. And they're being subjected to physiological dosages of testosterone that you would normally have in the body at different varying levels. It's not super physiological levels or pharmacological levels like body building. They're not putting 3,000 milligrams of testosterone into this rat body to see how it's going to respond to the androgen receptor. They're using physiological dosage, and they're using it on cancer cells, prostate cancer cells. This is not any proof of anything. You can wave all the studies you want. It's just not true. And if you want to say it enough times, it's just not true. And if you want to create your own narrative to support the fact that you're too mentally unstable to go off a cycle for 6 to 8 weeks every single year, go ahead and do it. Don't vilify me. If you want to come on and challenge me and you want to have some science-based debate, I'm open for it. Let's go. Sign me up. You pick the questions, send them to me, and we will debate. You can send me all the studies you want, and we'll go over the studies, study by study on a long form YouTube podcast. I have no problem doing that. But for now, shut your trap. You don't know what you're talking about. And Garrett Walker might be even dumber than the other guy, Jason. He might be the stupidest guy I've ever heard in my life. His rationale, let's listen to it.
No, to everything that was said. Androgen receptors don't diminish in the presence of excess androgens. They actually upregulate in the presence of excess androgens. I mean, just think about this logically here. If there's too many androgens for your body to handle with the amount of receptors that you have, what do you think the body's going to do in order to solve that issue? Make less androgen receptors? No, you're going to make more androgen receptors. The more androgens that are present in the blood, in the body, the more androgen receptors your body is going to create to handle those androgens.
So
that's what I've heard from Vigorous Steve and everyone. Haven't actually bothered delving into the research myself.
He thinks that the more androgens you take, your body is just going to say, hey, we got all these androgens around. We got to make more receptors. It's so obvious. How stupid is Dave Palumbo? And you know what? If we take 10,000 milligrams of testosterone, our body's going to say, hey, we got 10,000 milligrams circulating. Let's make more androgen receptors. So in other words, according to your logic, the more you take, the bigger you get. So if you take 20,000 milligrams a week of testosterone, you're going to get even bigger because your body is going to have to just make more androgen receptors because it must respond to everything you take. That's why drugs work unlimited. They never stop working. Okay, how come guys are not 400 pounds on the Olympia stage? By your logic. Because by your logic, the more drugs they take, the more receptors they should make so that they can just keep growing. Because that's just logical. Dummy, the body limits itself purposely so that it won't overdo anything. It won't overgrow itself. It won't blow itself out of proportion. It's fighting us. That's why it's so hard to put muscle on. You don't grow unlimited the more drugs you take. That's the stupidest explanation I've ever heard. And the lack of logic is so baffling that I'm embarrassed for you that you actually put that video out. Once again, if you want to join the debate group that we're going to have on this discussion, and I'm sure no one will take me up on my offer to debate and go over the science of this because you guys have no idea about anything even remotely close to science. It's all about promoting the narrative that you guys want to promote. And if it doesn't promote the narrative, then you get rid of it. And if it does promote the narrative, you'll make up some cockamamie reason why it's right. It's why.
Let me leave a comment. Dave Palumbo doesn't even feed his cat a vegan diet. What does he know about androgen receptors? There we go. think Dave was trying to avoid some smoke with Vigorous Steve a little while ago. So, I don't know.
Anyone would listen to you guys, and when I read the comments, I can't even believe that these guys are like, yeah, well, of course you guys are cheering them on like cheerleaders, because you want to believe that that's the truth, so you never have to go off, and you can just keep taking an infinite amount of drugs. And guess what? You don't even look like you could win the Mr. Long Island. It's baffling to me that you guys can't see the logic of what I am saying. But you know what? Sometimes in life, you're just not ready to hear the message. And when you are ready to hear the message, maybe you'll all of a sudden say, hey, Dave knows what he's talking about.
I don't know what the big deal is. Like, especially considering drugs do come at a financial cost. It's kind of weird that people would have a weird bias either way. Like, if you can just save a bit more money in a month, why not? Like, I don't see what the big deal is. I'm not entirely sure what to think of that topic, because like that's what I've basically heard, androgen receptors upregulate. There might be something, like they might upregulate, but I don't know if like their sensitivity decreases. I don't know. I don't know. I haven't looked at the research myself. Gig making holiday video. I don't know if I'll finish in time. All right, well, I'm looking forward to it, Gig, either way. Dodo Donatella is another case of doctors failing patients. Redditor fed his MRI into ChatGPT and appears to have correctly identified the cause of his sciatic leg pain. This could be a watershed moment for AI. Accurately analyzed my MRI, caught the problem my radiologist missed. How do they know? How do they know that the AI actually accurately read it? Brought it back to my surgeon, and he was shocked that ChatGPT could find that, and he read through the rest of the 8-page analysis. Physical therapy should be able to resolve scarring. Okay, so he did actually go back and ask the doctor. Yeah, I'm assuming the doctor's just a lazy fuckwit and didn't really look at the MRI properly. Doctors be doctors. Somebody who graduates from medical school with a C is still a doctor, so. It shows it, so the only research on that is in prostate cells, not muscle cells. Okay.
The 1988 Cadillac Voyage, and it's a Cadillac concept car that previewed the future of luxury back in 1988. Amazingly, Cadillac still has this thing around, and even more amazingly, they're letting me review it. So today I'm going to show you all the quirks and features of the future of luxury from 37 years ago. Before we get started, are you ready for your next cool car? Sell your enthusiast car on Cars and Bids. Trading in your car to dealers means you aren't getting market value for your car. All right, time for the quirks and features of the Cadillac Voyage concept car, the future of luxury from 1988. And I will start with a little explanation of the story behind this car. It was created for a show that General Motors put on called Teamwork and Technology that was held in January of '88 at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel in Manhattan. And the purpose of the show was to reveal what GM had been working on and planning on for the future. Now, the Waldorf was chosen because it was also the site of GM's 1949 Motorama show, which had a pretty similar theme, showing what the future of the automobile would be like. And General Motors showed several different concept cars in '88 at Teamwork and Technology, including this and various others.
What happened to you being a rockman in the water not letting me penetrate you? If I'm the ripples and the turbulence penetrating you, then what does that make you besides a gay faggot nigger retarded cuck? You are a little Jeffrey whacking his pee-pee to porn.
Yeah, that's good. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Undoubtedly the weirdest was a pickup truck called the GMC Centaur concept, which looks absolutely ridiculous in the most wonderful concept car kind of way. Also interesting, apparently at that event, the Saturn logo was revealed for the very first time as General Motors previewed the future of that compact car brand that would come out a few years later. Now, the Voyage represented Cadillac at this Teamwork and Technology show, and obviously it was supposed to preview the future of the luxury car. And on its face, they got it wrong, because the Voyage is a big old luxury sedan with a big V8 under the hood.
Donators, yep, that makes sense. 76% of white British converts to radical Islam are ginger. That does actually make sense. They do seem to be unhinged whack jobs. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
And obviously, looking back on this 35 years later, that's not the direct...
Kid View, donate $2. This is some stupid fucking horse shit. Oh, Tommy Sotomayor. Okay.
If you watch porn, you know what happens? You think your penis is small. All these niggas is walking around with... You look at yours and you see this and you're like, hey.
Tommy actually has a pretty big dick. He had that porn video that, I don't know if it got leaked or if he deliberately uploaded it to X. But he actually has a pretty big dick.
What's going on with that? Unless you watch Asian porn, then you walk away feeling like a man. I'll tell you what, whenever I'm feeling bad about my day, I watch Asian porn. Fix me right on up.
I really like Japanese lesbian porn. I like the way they kiss and suck each other's titties.
I lose my job, go watch Asian porn. Lose my girlfriend or girlfriend cheat, I go watch Asian porn. I come too fast, I go watch Asian porn. I let my girl watch Asian porn when I come too fast. I didn't even have an orgasm. Hold on a minute, baby. Let me let you watch this for a second. She looked at me and said, you know what? I'll never complain about not having an orgasm again. I see.
Yeah, Tommy is funny, but he is kind of nuts. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
That the luxury car really went. With the advent of the SUV and cars getting smaller, the big 212-inch luxury sedan never really materialized like this car. However, even though they got the body style wrong, Cadillac got a lot of stuff right about how the future would look for the luxury car. Allow me to show you what I mean. Let's start on the outside of the Voyage, and by the way, yes, it is pronounced Voyage, not voyage. They wanted to give it a little French flair, and they certainly got that wrong about the future of the luxury car too, because the future of the luxury car was definitely not French. But anyway, we're outside, and let's start with the taillights and the turn signals, which unbelievably are LEDs. Now, this was a total futuristic, crazy idea back in the late 1980s. In fact, the very first car to use LED taillights wouldn't come for another decade, actually more, and it was a Cadillac. The 2000 DeVille had LED taillights and turn signals, and even that was revolutionary at the time. Doing it back in the late 80s really was an amazing preview, and obviously, of course, today, basically every car uses LED taillights and turn signals, just like this Imagine. Here's another one they got absolutely right, the giant glass roof. You can see the entire upper section of the car is just a bunch of different shape, because most 80s cars were boxes. You look at GM's full-size sedans from that era, and it was just a box.
Yo, I jump rope 30 minutes and then do weightlifting for the next 30 minutes. Mainly burpees and curls, and bodyweight squats. Is this a good workout routine? Your thoughts on jumping rope for muscles and cardio?
You work out like a faggot. Like, I'm sure you'll get in shape, but that sounds pretty fucking gay to me. Thanks for the donation, Ronald. Look at all these cats. Wow. Oh my god. So many cats. How did you get them to shit on the car and stay there like that? Oh my god. You know, I really like cats. Cats are fantastic. They are just great. Oh boy, do I love cats.
Any chance we get to see some Ashley booty today?
Yes. I'm gonna make sure that I install a mod where we can look up Ashley's butt. Gonna look right up that rear end. I love girls' panties. Yeah, women's panties are fucking cute. Thanks for the donation to Pile of Beans.
Box in front, a box in the middle, and a box in back, and that's basically how everyone was doing it back then. Even
I remember my grandfather had a car like this for a little while. That was such a piece of shit. Yeah, those are just terrible. That is just such an awful, awful design. This was American cars for like 20 years. At least.
Mercedes-Benz and other luxury brands hadn't yet adopted the curves, which of course would begin to sweep the auto industry in the 90s, and now are basically everywhere as aero becomes such an important part of electric vehicle design. With that said, it does seem like they took the aerodynamic thing maybe a little too far. Some quirky aerodynamic details include, on the back, you have the license plate positioned inside of like a cover in order to keep the entire entire rear on one plane rather than opening it up for a plate that you would just screw in. The windshield wipers were not actually placed on the car, but instead, in theory, they lived under this panel at the front of the windshield, and then the panel would rise up and the windshield wipers would be there. They'd wipe the windshield and then the panel would go back down. Some cars use variations of this today, but nothing even was removing the door handles in favor of buttons. Take a look at this car. You will notice no door handles at all on the front or rear doors. Instead, you walk up to this car and you can see mounted on the B pillar, there's the little piece that reads door with arrows pointing to the front and to the rear, and they're pointing to little buttons. You would press the button and then the door would pop open automatically and you would climb.
That is very modern.
I'm inside. This probably seemed really futuristic in
That
the
is
80s,
actually
but
really
today
modern.
it's not that uncommon in really high-end luxury cars. In fact, Cadillac's own Celestiq, which is their full-size luxury sedan of today, has little buttons on the doors that you press and the door pops open automatically. And this is on other high-end luxury cars too, like Maybach, Rolls-Royce, and I'm sure it will trickle down from there. So that cars. But anyway, back to those doors. In addition to popping open with the press of a button, pretty cool, they also do something else that's just as amazing. They adjust the window.
Gig had a 1995 Saturn twin cam SL2. Got good miles per gallon, good cheap old car. Yeah, Saturns were good cars. I want to get an Ariel Atom. I also want to get a Unimog. That Unimog, dude, I want to win the lottery just so I can get that Unimog. That would be the silliest, stupid fucking thing. But you'd feel like such a badass driving it.
This?
They have a modern version of this, like a luxury version coming out. Where is it? There it is. Yeah, I want to win the lottery and get this. This would be great in the snow. But that'd be fucking hilarious driving this down the road.
Is a Unimog. It is an absolutely massive work truck towering above all regular think of. The answer is
Yeah, I want this. I want to win the lottery so I can get this. That'd be fucking hilarious.
engaged. Second, I am moving this massive, ridiculous vehicle slowly but surely. The thing about this car is you pretty much are always driving at least in 6th gear. 6th gear starts around 20 miles an hour. So you gotta go, and you have to go through the gears sequentially. So you gotta go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now driving this thing around, I mean, it's just terrifying. And I'll tell you one other thing with air brakes, they're not like regular brakes. You gotta know what you're doing a little bit better. And I really don't. Now I gotta tell you, I actually kind of like the driving experience. Once you get into the concept of the pre-selecting gear thing, it starts to make some sense and you start to kind of get into it. If you really mess up on the gear, which happens fairly frequently, it actually shifts you back into neutral. The cool thing is, even though with the clicking sound, it sounds like you've just destroyed the transmission, that's just basically there to tell you, no, you can't go through that gear, sorry, and it's a lockout to prevent it from, to keep it safe, basically. So you're not messing anything up. Anyway, so let's talk driving experience, moving beyond the gear lever situation. You sit up incredibly high. You're basically at eye level with vehicles like dump trucks and massive, giant, insane commercial vehicles. You know, people are getting paid to drive them. They have a commercial driver's license, that sort of thing. The only difference here is you don't, because you don't need one, but you probably should have one given how massive this is.
Yeah, I want to get that.
in order to make it easier to get in and out of the car. The front window will actually roll down to give you a little bit more space in order to climb inside so you don't bonk your head or your face on the window. And the back window actually kind of pops out in order to give you more space to get into the rear seat, which is really an incredible feature. These days, a lot of cars have windows that'll kind of do some stuff when you open the door, usually to form a seal on a coupe or a convertible.
That's
but you don't
super weird.
see windows moving out of the way to facilitate entry and exit, but maybe you should.
Yeah.
A lot of automakers have their seats moved fest in here. The first thing you notice when you get inside these seats, these ultra comfortable lazy boy recliner looking overstuffed leather seats, they are indeed very comfortable, but that is definitely something Cadillac got wrong about the future. Instead of these seats, luxury car buyers started to prefer ultra supportive seats that would contour to their every being, and these big old overstuffed cushiony things definitely fell out of favor. Now, of the door panel, which has some fantastic features. For one, some good practicality, a big old opening where you can put stuff, and then the armrest also.
I'm surprised some of the shit they came up with in the 80s.
You have your climate controls. At the bottom, you have your radio controls. Not particularly unusual, actually, except that it's sticking off.
What's the deal with this weird handle?
Off from the dashboard, and it's attached to a giant handle. The reason the handle is there is because it would allow you to literally swivel this whole center control stack in order to aim it more closely at the driver or passenger, depending on who wanted to do adjustments to the radio or climate control. I gotta say, this is actually a really cool idea that I wish had become more commonplace in cars. Was a couple of screens directly below the windshield. You can see them right here, two individual screens. Pretty darn good job of showing what was going on behind the car. And amazingly, it still works. You can see I'm driving through this
That's crazy, in 1980s.
parking garage, and it actually still does a pretty darn good job of showing what is behind me as I'm driving along. It's a little harder to see in bright direct sunlight, but generally speaking, this rear view camera not only functions, but functions pretty well. And it of course previewed some really important stuff. Reversing cameras became really car was originally shown, the talk was that it had a modified Cadillac V8 that helped it get extra horsepower and which was mated to an all-wheel drive system, which would have been really advanced for the time. Virtually no luxury cars in this era had all-wheel drive, and that would have been very forward-thinking. Now, it seems like that system probably initially went into this concept car, but at some point over the years, it was modified to have a regular Cadillac V8 and equipped with front-wheel drive. There's a lot of reasons why it briefly of the concept cars are not intended to really be driven in any manner that you would drive a regular automobile. They're obviously not legal to be driven on the road. They don't have a VIN. They don't pass any safety standards. And Cadillac liability, we're not going on the road. We're driving around General Motors campus here, and even then, you got to take it slow. These cars are not built with production line level, like, screw it togetherness. This car is actually the most functional concept car I've ever been around, but a lot of these cars are really just sort of glued together, screwed together to make them work for that auto show that day, or for that auto show that season. And after that, it's just sort of like whatever. And so they're not intended to be driven. They're not intended to be used. It doesn't really matter all that much. Even though this one is clearly more functional than most, you still got to be
I hear it squeaking like crazy.
really careful driving it. It's just not like a car you go buy at the dealership. First thing I notice in here is that this is a lot like General Motors sedans of this era, and actually of the next era. One of the things that continues to strike me looking at this car and being around this car is that it clearly previewed the design language that they were thinking about for their next generation of full-size sedans, which didn't come out for a couple years after this concept car. You can see some Chevy Caprice in it, you can see some Impala SS, the Buick Roadmaster, and Cadillac Fleetwood all got rounder with the generation after what would have been on sale when this car came out. So I think this car actually did do some previewing of that. But also beyond that, I mean, you got a big body sedan with a big old school V8. This is what, General Motors big sedans were like.
Democrat in the Senate is moving to force the Department of Justice to release all of the Epstein files or face legal consequences. It's in a resolution Minority Leader Chuck Schumer says he is introducing as he accuses the Trump administration of withholding evidence in violation of the law. Remember, the DOJ just released a trove of documents related to Epstein after bipartisan legislation compelled them to hand over the records, but only a portion of its investigative files on Epstein and his co-conspirator Ghislaine Maxwell were actually released, including pictures of former President Bill Clinton. A spokesperson for the former president writing in a statement late today, quote, "What the Department of Justice has released so far and the manner in which it did so makes one thing clear. Someone or something is being protected. We do not know whom, what, or why," end quote. The Justice Department has not returned our request for comment. Let's bring in NBC's Sahil Kapoor. So, Sahil, help us understand these allegations from Chuck Schumer and what could happen next here.
Well, Senator Schumer is trying to crank up the pressure on the Trump administration over the Epstein files by threatening to force a vote to take legal action against the Justice Department for what he calls a blatant disregard of the law that overwhelmingly passed Congress. Schumer says, quote, "The law Congress passed is crystal clear. Release the Epstein files in full so Americans can see the truth. Instead, the Justice Department, Trump Justice Department rather, dumped redactions and withheld the evidence. That breaks the law," end quote. He's echoing criticisms from the authors of this law, Tom Massey and Ro Khanna, as well as Epstein survivors, who say that DOJ is in violation because this is merely a partial release of the files and it contains heavy redactions that critics say are unjustified or even illegal. Now, the law is vast in its scope, requiring a complete release of all Epstein documents and investigative materials with limited basis for withholdings, largely to protect victims, and it explicitly prohibits redactions to shield a public figure from embarrassment. Now, Ellison, in terms of what's next, Schumer says he'll force this issue after the Senate returns from the holidays in 2 weeks. And meanwhile, Massey and Khanna are pushing the House to use its own enforcement authority, known as inherent contempt, to fine AG Bondi. It all points to a growing backlash over the DOJ's handling of this issue, with the implication being that there's some sort of cover-up here, which the department, of course, denies.
So I guess, Sahil, one of the questions here is, will this still be relevant in 2 weeks? The Justice Department has said they will release the rest of the files before the end of the year. Do we know exactly when we could see more of those?
Well, the Deputy Attorney General, Todd Blanche, has said he expects the DOJ will release additional documents over the next couple of weeks. He didn't provide a more exact timeline than that. The authors of this law say they have no legal authority to delay, and they haven't justified the need for this extension. We have, however, seen some shifts in the posture of the DOJ already, which says it needs this time to protect the victims. In one case, it released a grand jury document totaling 119 pages that was completely blacked out before responding to a backlash by re-releasing it with minimal redactions. And President Trump's name is rarely mentioned in these documents, which is a contrast to his heavy presence in separate Epstein documents obtained by Democrats on the House Oversight Committee. Finally, Ellison, the law gives the DOJ 15 days from the release of the files to report to Congress, summarizing all the withholdings and redactions, justifying them as well under the law. Ellison.
Sahil Kapoor, thank you.
We thank you for watching.
Ooga booga.
His first administration.
Ooga booga. You motherfuckers.
Everybody asks me, Todd, how the fuck do you eat the same thing every goddamn day, all day long? Just one meal over and over and over again. I'm like, the secret is learning how to cook, dumbass. Food part is of bodybuilding. And I never emphasize it. I say, dish pretty much 3 times a day. It's gonna be my chicken and rice, but some people have prepped these things in advance. Honestly, rice is so cheap. It tastes so delicious when it's fresh. And there's so many digestive problems you can have with reheated rice. You might just be better making less rice and just making it fresh every time. I mean, a type of rice that you would cut with basmati rice. So what we're doing now is we're rinsing the rice, trying to get the extra starch off of it. And so what I'm doing is I'm testing the water and some oil. So enough, but you can always add iodized salt. It's really
Iodized salt.
yeah, if you were here and you tasted it, you'd be like, "Well, this is pretty good. This is like restaurant shit." Panko, non-flavored. They're breadcrumbs, but because they're not bread, they're not crumbs, so they're gluten-free flakes that are panko. A tasty beverage. There is bodybuilding, but
Donald Trump held.
No, he still hasn't switched to tofu yet, unfortunately.
The sort of impromptu press conference yesterday at his Mar-a-Lago estate in Palm Beach, Florida. His brain seemed to turn to mush when the topic of Jeffrey Epstein came up, but we're going to get to that in a moment. I want to start with Donald Trump simply saying, I think I have to steal a country for national security. The winner of the FIFA Peace Prize says, we need Greenland. And Trump seemingly reinvigorated in his thirst to take Greenland from Denmark. Here he is explaining that it is for national security reasons.
There are actually legitimate national security reasons to take Greenland.
That we got to have it. We've got to have Denmark.
But he felt very strongly we need it for we need Greenland for national security, not for minerals. We have so many sites for minerals and oil and everything. We have more oil than any other country in the world. We need Greenland for national security. And if you take a look at Greenland, you look up and down.
By the way, Marco Rubio's shifting body language in the background tells you a lot about what he thinks of this.
The coast, you have Russian and Chinese ships all over the place. We need it for national security. We have to have it. And he wanted to lead the charge, so we're making.
I think Marco Rubio's just bored.
Making him, Marco, today, a special envoy to Greenland. Greenland.
That's right. And as we covered yesterday on the bonus show, Donald Trump picking a special.
Do you like any of the Melinda's hot sauce, Scotch bonnet, and mango banana or babanera are legit? I don't know if I've ever had those. I have eaten girls' buttholes out before, though. But I don't think I've ever had Melinda's hot sauce. I do want to try eating out a Middle Eastern girl's ass. Want to smell the spices they eat. But we've already been all over that before. Yeah. You know what? Die Hard is such a great movie. I don't know how this guy got so fat. He used to be lean. You'd like, he's so fat now that he can't like actually do exercises properly. Think when you get to that point, you'd be like, okay, maybe we gotta pull back. Yeah, the guy like, what kind of fucking weight belt does he have? Dude, that has to be custom. That's bizarre. Like, that has to be a huge ass custom belt. I didn't know they made weight belts for do they make weight belts for literal blueberries? Or pumpkins?
I'm 230 pounds, I've gotten so fat I can only do one pull-up. I used to be able to do 10 when I weighed 180 pounds. I'm 5 feet 8 inches, diet advice. Sweet potatoes only?
You can eat whatever the hell you want. If you're in a caloric deficit, you will lose weight. So I would recommend keeping protein high, Around 0.75 to 1 gram of protein per pound of body weight, and filling out the rest of your calories with carbohydrates. Since you're going to be dieting, you don't really need any dietary fat because you're going to be using the fat on your body to burn off. So low fat, high protein, high carb, and just make sure that you're in a caloric deficit. That's all there really is to it. Aside from that, if you have trouble sticking to a diet, use GLP-1 agonist drugs. Use something like retatrutide to help you diet if you have huge issues with adherence. But it's all about being in a caloric deficit. Simple as that. Thanks for the donation, though, Ronald. Hope that helps. I'm not sure if this guy actually lives near me. I think he might be in Ottawa. I know he's Canadian. I can't remember if he's in Ottawa, though, or where he is.
Hey man, what's up, y'all? It's that big monster over here. I thought I'd show you some of the behind the scene look at the sprinting cardio training I've been doing here. It's a very small
Jesus Christ.
segment of the workout, and I wanted to share it with you. Oh, buddy, don't pull the hamstring now. Hey, this one might have been my best start of the day, but I slowed down. So on the next one, boy right there, that's daddy. That's
He doesn't actually sound like that. He's just talking like a retard for some reason. But he doesn't actually sound like that.
Hey, what's good? What I'm doing right here, we call it a JM press hybrid between a press and an extension. Basically what I'm doing here is making the triceps fail first and getting some good brachialis and forearm work out of it as well with the cock rest. It may not look like
He's a weird guy. He used to be very lean. Let me see if he has a link to his Instagram. I'm following him on Instagram. Shit. Yeah, he was even leaner than that at one point. He had pretty crazy fucking arms. I wonder what the fuck he was doing. Yeah, really weird guy. That's what he used to look like, and then he just bloat maxed. Really weird. I guess he likes food. Wonder what gym that is. He's a weird guy. Yeah, very strange.
Idea creations.
I'm just gonna go grab a drink. And I think I'll also have more of those Smart Sweet gummies. I like these. They're quite delish, and they're super high in fiber. Where's the fiber content? Yeah, 10 grams of 10 grams of fiber per 8 gummies. That's a lot. Ugh. Oh. Hello, Gum Gum. What you doing there? Alright, I'll be right back. Oh, how's my little gum gum? Ugh. Nah, I didn't apply for the Kick partnership. I'm gay and retarded.
Home of independent book publisher Hungry Minds for supporting PBS. There's a really powerful and sometimes dangerous idea that's taken root in pop culture. The idea of the alpha male. For decades, the idea of the all-powerful alpha male has dominated media. We've been told that in animals and in human society, the toughest,
It is evolutional.
the most aggressive top dog gets the power, the resources, the mates.
Biological.
Well, there's a reason why Genghis Khan got so much pussy.
Told to stop being beta, to be the fearless leader of the pack. Take the red pill, and you can be an alpha too.
The only alpha they respond to is me.
The alpha male is an idea that was born in real studies of animal behavior and biology in the lives and conflicts of social animals. Few scientific concepts have been so thoroughly absorbed by popular culture, but this idea has been so hugely misinterpreted and disconnected from what the science actually says, which is part of why I, as a biologist and as a man, want to address it. Because the real story of how animals wield power and influence and how social success actually plays out in the animal kingdom, even in our closest relatives, can teach us a lot about how to be better humans. But to do that, we have to find the truth. This is the real science of alphas. Hey smart people, Joe here. Imagine a wolf pack, deadly and powerful predators, and at the helm, the alpha wolf. Aggressive, teeth-bared, maintaining power through force and strength. That's complete. To figure out why our idea of alphas is wrong, we have to actually go back and understand where it comes from. The alpha male is a surprisingly recent concept. People only began to widely use this term around 1970. But to understand what happened here, we have to go back here. The roots of the whole alpha idea start in the early 1900s, and this young Norwegian scientist, Thorleif Skjelderup Ebbe, that might be the most Norwegian name ever. Anyway, when he's like 9 or 10 years old, he starts doing scientific observations of his pet chickens, and he realizes that there's politics happening in a chicken coop. He writes a paper about how some chickens always peck certain other chickens, and certain other chickens are always just the ones getting pecked. There was a social order where different chickens ranked one above the other according to status, what scientists call a dominance.
Chickens are really cool. I really like chickens.
Hierarchy. If you've ever heard someone use the term pecking order, this is the origin of that term. So you can only have a hierarchy, this ranking of status, in animals that live in groups and are social. So it's worth having a short detour to ask, why are some animals social in the first place? Animals can group together for a lot of different reasons that aren't necessarily social. Zebras and wildebeest might get together, but that's not because they're being social with each other. It's just that that's where the grass is. So when does a group of animals become social? For that to happen, the individuals in a species who are selfish and non-social, they have to end up doing worse than the individuals who cooperate. Maybe working together helps them collect more resources. Maybe it's being better able to defend each other against predators. But in the end, natural selection decides that cooperating and being social is an advantage. The social animals reproduce more, and so that species becomes.
Yeah, the wolf thing was true in captivity.
Merry Christmas. Can we get 10 sit-ups, sir?
Well, Merry Christmas to you too. Yeah, I guess we can do 10 sit-ups. It's a fucking pain in the ass moving the sit-up board and everything. God damn it. How about I just do this 10 times? Is that good enough for you? Hold I want to be lazy. I already worked out, and I had to drive for like over an hour in the snow. Alright, I'll just get this over with. Yeah, the Smart Sweets are good. They taste yummy in my tummy. Oh. Ugh. That's very hard after you eat. Thanks again, Mao.
More social. Not quite every social animal creates one of those ladders of social status, a dominance hierarchy, but they are surprisingly widespread. From puppies to meerkats to geese, they're everywhere. But there was one special animal that made the idea of top dog famous. So in the 1940s, this Swiss scientist named Rudolf Schenkel wants to understand more about wolf social lives, like how does a wolf pack even work? The problem is, in the 1940s, wolves are basically extinct in the wild. Why? If you guessed because we killed them, you are right. The only wolves that Schenkel can find are at the zoo in Basel, Switzerland. So he spends years watching these wolves, and in 1947 writes this paper. On page 11, he writes that the top male and top female pair defend their social position by incessant control and repression of all types of competition within the same sex. And right here, in this handwritten note, he calls them alpha animals. This is it. This is where the concept of alpha males and alpha females is born. I have to say, it's very cool to find like the actual paper where someone writes something down like this for the first time. But it wasn't until 20 or so years later that the term alpha male enters popular culture, thanks to this best-selling book, The Wolf, by this guy.
My name is Dave Meach. I've been studying wolves since 1958. So Schenkel just figured, well, a pack is a bunch of wolves. And when I published my 1970 book, which ended up being a bestseller. In that book, I cited his studies and indicated that the top-ranking member of a pack was an alpha male and the top-ranking female was the alpha female. So I have been either credited or blamed for perhaps promoting that idea.
Now, Meach's book contains basically everything we knew about wolves at that time. And because it's so popular, it launches the alpha male concept into culture. And that idea, the alpha male, it lands in this world that's full of industry, corporate ladders, sports, political drama, military conflict, and a generation who had very loudly been questioning all of those hierarchies. As the alpha male concept begins to get attention, there was just one problem. Schenkel's whole idea of alpha wolves dominating by force and conflict was fundamentally flawed.
Rudolf Schenkel knew they lived in packs but didn't know what a pack was. So he put a bunch of wolves from various zoos and captive situations together and made his own artificial pack, thinking it was an actual pack like you'd find in the wild, which it wasn't.
But around this time, wild wolf populations are starting to recover. So Meach continues observing wild wolves and discovers something that completely flips the script.
It became apparent to me that a wolf pack was actually a family. That idea of wolves fighting to get to the top of a dominance hierarchy was actually not valid.
This was a huge shift in our understanding of wolves. A pack is not a hierarchy of
This would still be an apt comparison, though. Most people aren't family members. So if you're going to be like the ruler of a tribe or a society, most of them are not going to be your family members. So that would be fairly comparable in like a normal human population.
Of dominance and conflict and power struggles. Wolf packs are simply families, and the alpha male and female are just the parents. Throwing a bunch of unrelated wolves together in a cage is basically the wolf equivalent of prison culture. So, of course they used aggression and violence to gain dominance. I don't think we would look at human prisons and say, that's what we want to model human nature off of, right?
That is human nature.
In a natural pack, there's no battle for the
Like that is human nature. You can look at ancient civilizations. We lived in tribal societies that were extraordinarily violent.
throne. Young wolves don't challenge the parents for dominance. They just leave when they grow up and they go start their own packs. Labeling parents as alphas makes no sense. I mean, at the very least, it doesn't help us understand wolves better. I mean, do we call a doe an alpha deer just because she has a fawn? Would you call your dad or mom the alpha of the family?
Why are we actually...
Well, depends. You may or you may not.
Giving such a, quote, power to these individuals by calling them alphas when all they are is, parents of the pups.
And it turns out that the alpha male wasn't even always the one leading the pack. When the pups are young and being nursed by the female, the male brings her food. He attends to her.
So during those first 8 or 9 weeks or so of the pup's life, the female is clearly dominant to that male.
And this even extends to hunting and protection.
When a musk...
How would the female be dominant to the male? The man's just getting the food because the female can't get the food. This channel's called Be Smart, and it already sounds stupid.
Cox came up to a den of pups while I was studying them. It was really the female that tended to be the most protective of the pups.
Meach and other biologists tried to correct the record with this new science. But this is a case where that book...
Like, I don't get it. We have social safety nets and welfare systems and charity. Like, if you give charity, are you subservient to the person you're giving charity to? Like this is stupid. Challenger at any tellers, is he challenging you for the title?
bodybuilding vegan origin story. You guys have been asking, so I'm here to answer where I came from, why I got started doing this, where I live, how many poops I take a day, basically all those things. So stick around, and just so you guys know, I've worked with over 500 athletes myself, and I founded the Vegan Squad coaching community so that we can help you too. We are here to connect other vegans. Just kidding. My name is John Thomas, aka the Bodybuilding Vegan. I was born and raised in Gainesville, Florida. I spent a little over 30 years.
It's funny how he was raised in Gainesville. That's funny. Sengoku, don't need to tell us facts or cap. Let me see.
Media by far are science deniers and scientific theory skeptics. Now, conspiracy theorists come in second, but science deniers take the cake. Because science deniers, who I would also argue is the most scientifically illiterate group of morons, don't know what the fuck they don't know. Every question is ignorant, every argument is either a straw man or incredulous. Then it's delivered in this rhetorical or sarcastic tone with hubris that usurps that of Johnny Bravo. If X this, then why that? Huh? When X was never posited and Y was never concluded. And it's always the same echo-chambered, regurgitated talking points and contentions. Intelligent people know when they don't know things. And they ask questions like, what is the universally accepted definition of this phenomenon? What constitutes it? How does it work? Because any intelligent person knows that they have to have an accurate and comprehensive understanding of the subject in order to ask the most pertinent questions. You can't examine or scrutinize anything that you don't understand, especially when you're not formally educated in it. But science-denying idiots don't know that.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, that's right. Thanks for the donation, Sengoku.
Years there, and now I am currently homeless by choice. What that means is I am traveling around the United States with the rest of the Vegan Squad coaching team, and we are sleeping in different overpasses, abandoned warehouses, and mostly Airbnbs. What do I do? That is a great question. Well, I do use the bathroom 4 to 5 times a day if we're going number 2. For number 1, I don't even count. It's got to be a lot. I drink a lot of water because I am a bodybuilder. That is one.
Sounds like he's shitting a little too much. I don't know, though. I usually poop like twice a day. He is very jacked, though.
Thing that I do. That is a non-negotiable for me. I make sure that I get to the gym at least 4 to 5 days a week. I also do a little bit of cardio, but at 267 pounds, it's a little bit harder to do. I guess this is probably more of a what do I do for the world, not just for myself. So I am an online fitness coach. That's what I've done for the last half of a decade. And my goal has been to help inspire, push, motivate. I know we get a little bit iffy with the word push, but really encourage people to see how.
So he's 267. I'm trying to get up to 250, but like, you know, like a good, clean 250. Not like a big chungus 250.
Strong they are. To go in and set a PR week after week.
And then once I'm 250, I'll try to get up to like 270.
And just take.
And then once I'm 270, I'll try to get up to like 290.
Take their fitness level to the next level. And additionally, I have founded this wonderful online community, the Vegan Squad community, to help you on your mission as well. My goal is basically to enhance or level up every aspect of your life, with starting with community. Because if you don't have friends and a support group, because I went vegetarian. A lot of people don't know that. I went vegetarian at 10 years old. I decided that I no longer wanted to kill animals and I was going to be the best vegetarian there ever was. And then at 13, I got smacked in the face with a PETA magazine that showed me being vegetarian is a step in the right direction, but still a pretty small step for animal kind. And if you want to take that big leap for animal kind, then you'll go vegan and then take it even a step further and become an activist. But going vegan was when I finally felt like I was in ethical alignment between my actions and my heart. I didn't want animals to die, and when I learned that animals are...
It's pretty base. Sounds like I went vegan pretty young. Went vegan when I was, what? It's like just before I turned 19.
Still killed in the dairy and egg industries, I decided that I was going to try being vegan for a week, and that week has lasted roughly 20 years. I played all sorts of different sports in schools growing up, and I gravitated towards wrestling at 14.
Once you're 290 recon, you'll go up to 310?
Yeah, and then once I'm 310, I'll try to get up to 330. Thanks for the donation, ABC.
Years old, my first year of high school. And after that, they took us to a weightlifting room and let us lift some weights. And I never went back to wrestling. I was just hooked with lifting weights. So 15 is when I got started on my lifting fitness journey. And I'm 33 as of time of recording this. So 18 years have been spent towards bodybuilding in one way or another. I joined the Vegan Squad community because I founded it and because I was looking for closeness and connection with other like-hearted people around the world. 3 personal things. It's getting harder to wipe. At 267 pounds, there's just a lot of stuff. Tying my shoes, good Lord. I need to have an assistant. Alex, you want to help out? 2 more personal things.
I don't know how tall he is. The heaviest I've ever gotten up to is 285 when I was doing that bulk to get it to a 410 bench. That was the first run up I made. I think I only got up to 365 or something, and then I dieted down to 335 or 235 or I think it was 235. And then I did another run up and I got up to 270, and then I benched 410. But I don't like being fat because the way I look, I wasn't happy with the way I looked at 285, obviously, but never had the shoe tying thing. My cardio was actually still pretty decent at 285. I'm 6'3".
1, I am living in this Vegan Squad house with my best friends. I don't know how long this will last. I don't know when this will end, but every single day that I get to wake up surrounded by like-hearted people is the best day ever. I have vegan tattooed on the side of my head. I did that as something I was going to do anyways, but I was smart enough to frame it and partner with an animal sanctuary that needed to save a pig named Henry. He needed a surgery and he needed a forever home. So we needed about $5,000. So I told the world that if we could raise $5,000, I would live stream this head tattoo. We broke somewhere into the $9,000 range, gave Henry a forever home, and this thing hurt like hell, but it's probably my favorite tattoo. It's a great conversation piece starter. You wouldn't believe the number of people that think that this is a joke, that I would get vegan tattooed on the side of my head to make some sort of joke about it. But yes, I actually am vegan.
Weird.
And that's it, folks. Thanks so much for being here. If you're in the community already, you are an amazing...
Does he upload regularly? I'll sub to him.
Ever be in the middle of dyeing your hair, realize that your power is going to get cut off in 5 minutes, you only got $3 in your pocket, and you want to make a meal using only a blender and a microwave? Yeah, that's like a weekly occurrence for me. I'm the bodybuilding vegan. I've worked with over 500 athletes, probably written over 1,000 meal plans, and I'm going to show you something I threw together that's not going to break your bank, break your budget.
Is that a scar, or is his hair just kind of weird there?
Or prevent you from getting jacked as a vegan.
Yeah, maybe his hair is just weird there.
So let's dive in. What do I got for y'all? Well, we're gonna take black beans and we're gonna mix it with TVP. Throw in some spices in the blender. And now I know somebody at home is gonna be like, what are the macros? So I've prepared that here for you. 55 grams of protein, 111 grams of carbs, only 12 grams of fat. What more could you want? It's gonna cost you $3 or less. White, let me know in the comments below. All right, so it's now thick. Midgen, that's a technical term of water to this. The water will, allow it to blend. We got a full pounder. So,
it's kind of like the goop I make.
What I'm going to do now, I'm going to weigh out 2 servings of hummus. So 28 times.
Yeah, I'll go through some more of his videos. Interested to see some of his training.
Without any context, I want all of you to tell me what you think this thing resembles. You know what? I'll give Will Smith's husband, heretic.
Oh my god.
Heretic prophet.
Oh, that is unwatchable.
What's up, space pirates?
This is your admiral. The justifiably jaded doctor. They took their actress, who looks like this, and they decided that in-game she ought to look like this.
I'm sorry. What?
This.
The bald woman thing is kind of cringe, but I mean, like, it's just cringe. It's not like fucking, you know, AIDS.
Is a shit test to see what gamers will put up with, and so far we are passing with flying colors. That trailer that released for the game a year ago was butchered mercilessly, with people attacking the hell out of Naughty Dog for their hideous character. Look at the number of dislikes on this version of the trailer on the PlayStation YouTube channel. They're at 305,000 dislikes off of 3.2 million views.
It's so weird too because there have been so many female characters who are like cool. You know, like Sarah Connor from Terminator. Like, why do we have to make a bald chick? Just make like a girl who's cool and like knows how to use guns or something. Like, they made The Last of Us. They already had the character Ellie. People were fine with that. Why the bald chick weird shit?
Views, and it sounds like Intergalactic is in some kind of panic mode right now, reportedly pushing mandatory overtime on their developers at Naughty Dog because Sony wants to see a demo for the game ASAP. Word is that Sony is unhappy with how the game was received and they want to see progress, but a lot of this extra stress might have been avoided if they simply decided to play things straight.
Yeah. So Ghost of Yotai did not do nearly as well as the original Ghost of Tsushima, and some of that has to do with why did they make the main character a chick? Like, yeah, as if some fucking woman's gonna be able to like kill hundreds of fucking dudes in combat, right? Apparently the story was also a little weird and crap like that, but I don't know what the deal is with Western devs and like it's just weird feminist garbage.
And not intentionally give this character a bad case of the uglies.
You say ugly? What means?
Oh my god.
Take a look at the difference in reception between Intergalactic at last year's Game Awards.
Like I wish these people wouldn't be so fucking cringy about it. She's not ugly. They're comparing like a photo of this actress with hair and in full makeup, bald and without any makeup. Like, yeah, I mean, she's not going to look as pretty in a conventional sense, but it's the same person.
I'll go days just drinking diet soda. It says diet soda is 99% water. Is this bad for me?
No, water's good for you. Thanks for the donation, Ronald. So it's like we know what this is. This is like just weird feminist fucking cringe bullshit about how, oh, women don't have to follow conventional beauty standards and the blah, 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 bald hair, freedom of gender norm horse shit. Like, that's what this is. It's just fucking cringe. Like, it's stupid.
Awards versus this trailer here from Lords of the Fallen 2, which came out at this year's Game Awards. The title is getting attention, Lords of the Fallen that is, for embracing the attractive characters in their game, and look at the dislike count on this game. Just a little over 100 people disliked it, so virtually nobody, and that is despite game journalists writing hit pieces like this, trying to get people to hate on this game. But people just don't.
Yeah, that's, apparently the reason why you're seeing a lot of this, retard feminist shit with games journalism is because, people who can't be real journalists, they end up doing games journalism. Like it was a big meme when Cuphead came out. that games journalists don't play games. They don't. They literally don't. These are people who went to journalism school and everything, and they suck at it, and they're stupid. They have like the most dumb, batshit political takes, so they could never get a job at like CNN or something. So they end up doing games journalism, and this is where this like stupid horseshit's coming from. It's just crazy, retarded, dumb feminist crap that nobody from any mainstream news org would hire, and like we're left with this shit.
Don't hate it. And in this article, which we discussed the other day, they tried.
I am eating gummies with Gummy. His name is Gummy, and these are gummies. Gummy, 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 gummy. I love eating gummies with my gum gum. It's a good gummy. Gummy is very gummy. Yeah, that's a good baby. Get nice and comfy. That's my gum gum. So beautiful.
Quite desperately to assert that ugly female characters have no effect.
I got this big bag of Smart Sweets. What is it? Does it say the, They have 150 gram bags at Walmart for $10.
Effect on sales.
You are wrong!
Time and time again, we see ugliness get rejected because we gamers are not looking for artsy-fartsy crap with the so-called realism in it when we play games. Gaming is much more visceral than that. It is an escape from reality, and as evidence that what gamers actually do care about.
Bald Chick, Tony Taylor's a Bald Chick and Heretic Prophet. She is also in the Last of Us TV show as Nora. Yeah, I know. Member of Abby's group that Ellie killed. Actress name is Tati Gabrielle. Naughty Dog. Sony must like her. Well, it would either be Neil Druckmann or one of the other co-creators. I don't think Sony really gives a shit. Like, Sony had nothing to do with the production of The Last of Us show. And, what's it called? Like, Sony's just the publisher, right? So, yeah. It's just one of the game's, like, producers, that made that choice. Thanks for the donation, though, Bald Chick. Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see.
I must admit, it never ceases to amaze me how brainless you can be. You've lost your weapon. Why are you just standing there? Ichigo! What's the difference between a king and his horse? What the hell are you saying? And I'm not talking about obvious stuff, like one's an animal and one's a person, or one has 2 legs and one has 4. Form, ability, and power. That's what's puzzling. If their form, ability, and power are exactly the same, why is it that one becomes the king and leads them into battle, while the other becomes the horse and carries the king? So what's the characteristic that distinguishes these 2 beings? There's only one answer. Instinct! In order for identical beings to get stronger and gain power, they need to develop a killer...
That's nice and gay. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
Is how a character looks as evidence that good-looking babes sell well in gaming. Take a look at this news here about Fortnite. Kim Kardashian has become the most popular skin on Fortnite this season, and take a look at the model that they use for her. I promise you.
I love how they made her look prettier in the game. Yeah, I don't know why this is so hard to understand. Gamers like pretty girls. Even girls like pretty girls. Girls don't want to play ugly female characters.
That the young men who play that game aren't doing this. They aren't buying that skin because they're big fans of the Kardashians. And to make matters even more interesting, the character has only been out for a week, and it is already one of the most popular skins on the game of all time. This article from The Gamer tries desperately to avoid admitting why this skin is selling so well, but for the rest of us, well...
And I think the evidence is very clear.
Alright, me hearties, make sure that you hit the like button at this news that Kim Kardashian, who has no ties...
AAA companies are struggling because they've pushed so many of their customers away and they're not meeting internal expectations, whereas indie and AA's are having the time of their lives and they're making the most amount of money they ever have. And now it looks like we are seeing some major shakeups from Sucker Punch to Naughty Dog and Sony, and it looks like they are going to have to change very quickly or they're gonna go under. I have a few different things to show off, but before I get into the topic, if you enjoy the content I create, check out the links in the description, join the community in my live streams, and consider supporting through Patreon or YouTube memberships. Now, Sony trying to explain to these companies what they're doing wrong, what we want out of our entertainment. The first example I wanted to bring up, which had to do with the Ghost of Yotei developer Sucker Punch undergoing huge changes. Sony Interactive Entertainment announced that Sucker Punch lead and co-founder Brian...
She has a really weird voice and she kind of talks like this.
Fleming will step down after nearly 3 decades. Starting at the beginning of 2026, creative and technical leaders Jason Connell and Adrian Bentley will be the studio heads for the developer that created the critically lauded Ghost of Yotei, and the Sucker Punch co-founder has made his exit. And if you really had a smashing success of a game, you're probably not going to leave the studio. Maybe this is just coincidental timing. I don't believe that. I believe that Ghost of Yotei did make money, but it still didn't meet their internal expectations because they probably had ones through the roof. And so he decided, okay, enough is enough. I just don't see a way that you leave if your studio is doing this good. It's not like we're talking about an 85-year-old man who got into the industry late and he just wants to retire. Nothing like that. He's moving on to greener pastures in this case, which screams a problem. Then we have the Naughty Dog developers reportedly being hit with mandatory overtime to finish an internal demo for its upcoming sci-fi game, Intergalactic: The Heretic Prophet. Now, this is a title that has already faced major backlash because of the way that the game looks over the mediocre trailer they showed off, but you have Tati Gabrielle, the lead actress, being extremely controversial and coming out and attacking anybody who is criticizing her look in this title or just the way that this title looks.
I'm convinced literally every single actor in Hollywood is just a goofy left-wing fucking faggot. Like, very few exceptions. Like, Gal Gadot seems fairly based. Like, she is Israeli, so she supports Israel. It's a few that have come out doing shit like that, and they won't, like, play this fucking game, but, like, my god. All these actors are just, like, the silliest fucking people, and they have, like, the most goofy-ass left-wing beliefs.
She has not responded to backlash very well, which is already a problem at Naughty Dog, especially with...
Look up Penelope from The Amanda Show.
Hello, people. I'm Penelope Tate, Amanda's #1 fan, please. Amanda, please. #1 fan, please. Where's Amanda? I know she's in this.
She does kind of sound the same, yeah.
With someone like Neil Cuckman, but it just makes it 10 times worse when you've got a studio head and an actress not taking criticism very well. Though, it sounds like things have not been going especially...
It's just so weird. Like, these people are rich. They're all millionaires, and then they give two fucking shits what a bunch of sweaty ass dorks online say about, like, their haircut in a fucking video game. Why is she even talking to a bunch of fucking peasants? It's just so weird. They're all like bizarre attention-seeking freaks who like need attention and validation. Like, dude, if I was like making the money these Hollywood actors made, like, I just would not fucking bother interacting with fucking anybody online. Why would you? They're plebs. They're below you. They're the peasant class. Let them fucking complain about whatever you want. You're driving a fucking Ferrari.
Smooth behind the scenes because the Bloomberg report says Naughty Dog has missed multiple internal deadlines on Intergalactic, and this push is an attempt to get the game back on schedule. Employees were reportedly told not to work more than 60 hours per week, and were also ordered to return to the office for 5 days a week, rather than the 3 days per week that was previously permitted. So we're talking about bloat in the video game industry. We're talking about people not even working full work weeks. Like, these individuals, like union workers, for example, they want us to run to their defense, and they want us to go after the companies they work for when they're already being coddled. That is insane to me. But yeah, apparently Naughty Dog has missed multiple internal deadlines, and as someone that is just hearing this information in passing, it's not shocking to viewership died 2 weeks after release.
Jeez, Concord cost $400 million to make. Holy fuck.
There needs to be research into this, but I'm convinced that to be a lefty you've got to be clinically retarded.
Well, that's just a given. I'd say the same goes for, like, the whole MAGA thing, too. If you go too far in any direction, you're just a fucking retard. Thanks for the donation, though, ABC.
Concord was also, I think, really the straw that broke the camel's back and led Sony to making all of these very drastic decisions very quickly.
Yeah, that's, just looking at the character designs here, they definitely got a whiff of, oh, we have to control this, like, feminist bullshit.
I think they saw this be a complete and utter failure and said to themselves, we don't know what our developers are doing. We don't know the studios that we're buying. We need to re-hone in on what makes us money, which could be positive, but I also don't trust Sony, and nobody should either, though Concord lost so much money.
It's actually bizarre that Sony has such a like terrible film studio, but they have the best video games on their fucking console. Like, they know what good games are, but they can't, like, figure out how to make movies.
That it had to have scared them in some way, shape, or form. And yet, with how terrible it looked, you had a plagiarism controversy, you had
Judge Gaines, $22, let's let justice be done through the heavens fall. The fuck is this? The internet has given people way too much confidence to be nasty. This woman is strikingly beautiful. Looks like she came straight out of a Renaissance painting. Well, I mean, this is accurate since royalty is inbred. So, they're making a little bit of a point there. She's a grifter, asked people to draw free art of her, then partnered with Meta AI, which I no doubt the fan art that was one of her was fed to. What am I reading? Okay, thanks for the donation, Judge Gaines.
Backlash to the alpha, and now we're hearing that the marathon art director is leaving Bungie following fallout from its now resolved controversy. They say that they just wanted to leave because they felt the game was basically complete. There's nothing else they could help on it. Again, I feel like that is bullshit. He announced his leaving via LinkedIn. I'm incredibly proud of the visual world we built for Marathon, he wrote on Twitter. Getting support at this scale for something a bit different is rare, and the art team at Bungie is the best in the biz. Yeah, maybe the best at stealing. I'll be enjoying playing the game as a fan with all of you. Massive thank you to everyone who has supported through all of it. And the Marathon lead and former Destiny concept artist also told Kotaku it was his own decision to leave. I'm super proud of the project and what the team accomplished over the last 6 years. Buddy, you have plagiarism on your record now. I don't think that I would be...
Yeah, the Legion Go or any of the
Naughty Dog.
Any of the PC handhelds, they are infinitely better than the Nintendo Switch. The Nintendo Switch is fucking stupid. It's just a dumb console for retarded babies. It's overpriced. The games are just absolutely god-awful for it. They haven't released a decent game for the system, and what's also hilarious is they ported over older Switch games that you still have to pay for even if you already bought them. And the emulation isn't even good. Like, it doesn't run at like a proper frame rate and shit, and there's a lot of glitches. It's just a complete fucking joke.
Dog has been in the news over the past couple of months because of Intergalactic the Heretic Prophets. Absolutely abysmal initial reveal. A lot of people were not happy with what they saw. The lead actress Tati Gabrielle freaked out over it, and now we're finding out that the developers were hit with mandatory crunch, and the Access media is saying Sony is evil and weak. Dog, since The Last of Us Part 2 came out and disappointed millions of gamers.
Last of Us 2 was a fantastic game. The only reason people didn't like it is because they're fucking retarded. That game alone, like, depending on somebody's response to it, will tell you if they're fucking retard or not. Penguin Zero didn't like it. Retard. Video Game Donkey liked it. Not a retard. He's actually pretty sharp. The only real complaint anybody has about that game is, oh, my favorite character died. Everybody loves Joel, and he died at the beginning. And then everyone threw a hissy fit. Everyone fucking complained. And people made up like a bunch of weird, bizarre, stupid, like, claims about the game being about a fucking trans woman because, like, Abby had muscles. Like, it was so fucking silly. And people were even complaining about, like, weird shit. Like, before the game came out, they talked about how they're making the enemy AI act very realistically. So if you kill a dog in the game, the dog's owner will mourn the dog's death and cry and stuff. Like, people were fucking complaining about that. And then, like, while the game is, like, one of the most, like, violent games ever made, like, yeah, Mortal Kombat has, like, really insane, silly shit where people get chopped up into a billion pieces, but in terms of, like, realistic, grounded violence, like, that's arguably one of, if not the most violent game ever made. And then people are saying, oh, it's woke. Because a girl in the game is muscular? Like, and this is somebody who basically has military training and works out and is, like, trying to be the best murderer she can be. And, like, you're complaining that she exercises? It's just, it was just so baffling. So that was a fantastic game. It had a great story. Joel dying at the beginning of the game. I could not think of a better motivation for Ellie to go after the fucking wolves and kill a bunch of people and risk her life and all this shit. Like, she has such a great life in Jackson, right? You have to have a big motivating factor for her to, like, go out and risk her life and, like, potentially die. Like, it has to be something significant that's important to her. I can't think of any better reason than to get revenge for Joel. And these fucking toddlers who played these games, but that was my favorite character. Why couldn't they just have her, like, go after bad people or something and have everyone live happily ever after? I only like stories where the things that I want to happen. I hate everybody.
But now that we're hearing they are reportedly hit with mandatory crunch, we are seeing a lot of freakouts from the media, which of course is hilarious to me because they expect us to run to the defense of people that have severely damaged this industry. Why would you ever think that we would do that? And sure, do I think that crunch is a positive thing? No, not necessarily. I do think...
Fluff donated $2. Let me see. Oh, they're calling this blackface?
Okay.
Yeah, going either extreme lefty or MAGA demonstrates lack of critical thinking. Lefty is more cringe though emo. Anyway, they're cracking down on gun laws in Australia after the Bondi shootings, which wouldn't have prevented the shooting anyway. Retarded.
Left-leaning politicians love to go after guns because it's easy. It's politically expedient, and they don't have to do anything. So, yeah, just faggot shit. Canada's becoming a faggot country, too. It's great. They're whittling down free speech. They're increasing internet surveillance, and they're banning all the guns. And they're also making everybody poor and massively increasing the cost of living. So they're basically just following what the UK is doing. It's wonderful. If I win the lottery, I think I am outsy-woutsy. Like, I don't think there's really any reason for me to stay here, like, if I'm actually rich. So, like, I have to deal with winter. Like, the only fucking reason I'd stay here, if I had, like, all the money I ever wanted, it'd just be steroids. Steroids are legal here. Like, that's really it. Whereas in the States, like, I would be rolling the dice a little bit, but, like, only a little bit. But, yeah, it's just fucked-hearted, dude. Thanks for the donation, ABC.
What?
That is not blackface. Thanks for the donation, though, Fluff.
that it does suck that you are being hit with this, but at the same time, a lot of these developers are upset that not only do they have to return to office, but that now they have to work a little bit more. And it just seems that Sony is ticked off. I did another video on this topic. It will be linked down below, but Sony is pushing their studios to actually work. They are pushing the leadership from Sucker.
Concord must have really fucked with them. $400 million loss. Well, that's just the production cost. Who knows what else, like, what other costs, like, with marketing and shit. So, yeah, after that Concord failure, they must really be locking shit down, and they're not tolerating any, like, stupid fucking woke nonsense that just bungles sales.
And its outdated image of a wolf pack had already morphed into a cultural meme that was beyond their control. In 1982, Dutch primatologist Frans de Waal published the book Chimpanzee Politics. De Waal's idea was that if we wanted to look at other animals to learn about dominance and hierarchies and maybe how they apply to humans, we should look at our closest relative. Chimpanzee Politics explored how chimpanzees angle for power and influence. It became an instant classic, pouring gas on the fire of the popular idea of the alpha male. Former Speaker of the US House, Newt Gingrich, even handed out copies of it in Congress. That explains a lot. From that point to today, when people talk about an alpha male, they usually mean a kind of bully, someone who's loud, aggressive, always dominating, constantly proving he's the boss. But this completely gets the science wrong again.
It's a complete mess, sort of. If you look at YouTube or whatever, there isn't a lot of good information out there about dominance or alpha males. Almost none of that material is grounded in our understanding.
Why are all like pencil neck beta male tards talking about this? Like, I'm gonna take this guy seriously when he can't even fucking do 10 push-ups?
Understanding based in animal behavior.
Aaron studies the social lives and emotions of chimpanzees and other apes.
I think what interests me most about chimpanzees is their similarity to humans. They are one of our closest living relatives. Chimpanzees and bonobos are the two animals that are more similar to humans than any other species.
How similar? Well, chimps and their cousins, bonobos, they share about 98.7% of their DNA with humans. And they share 99.
A1, A2, donate $2. New South Wales passes controversial new gun and protest laws in Wakabandi. So what did they do with the guns? And protests from 14 days, 3 months. Gun owners now generally restricted to owning 4 guns. What difference does that make? Okay, so they're just incentivizing mass shooters to be more selective and tactical with what guns they buy, while farmers and professional shooters will be restricted to 10 weapons. Oh my god, it's... Yep, that's liberal thinking for you. Gun owners must also be Australian citizens. Firearms allow multiple shots without reloading. Also be banned. The one shooter had a bolt-action rifle. What do they mean by that? What? Okay, so they're banning all semi-autos, but the shooter had a bolt-action. Like arguably, you could probably shoot and kill more people in a quicker amount of time with a bolt action versus one of the semi-auto shotguns that they were using, because the semi-auto takes a bit more time to load. With the bolt action, if it's a magazine fed, just pop in a new magazine. With the shotgun, you saw the guy struggling with the reloading. He was taking like a lot of time. So the bolt action, bang, 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 bang. You saw it. He was shooting very quickly. You can shoot very quickly with a bolt action. And you can reload them quickly. Just swap in a new mag. And even if they don't have a detachable mag, you can use stripper clips. So you just take the stripper, bang, and then you're ready to go. Like this like you know, this is just silly. It's they know this. They know it's silly and pointless and stupid. Get out of Australia and the UK while you still can. These countries are just fucking shitholes. Activist groups flag constitutional challenge to propose New South Wales protest restriction. Yeah, of course. And beta male fucking dipshit right there. They're all anti-Semites. Everybody knows they're anti-Semites. Fuck them. But it's all a fucking game. Like, politicians just play games. They're actually useless. Especially in Australia. And the UK and Canada. Thanks for the donation, though, dude.
0.6% of their DNA with each other.
A lot of the reason that chimpanzees are useful for studying human behavior is that we are apes.
Like all other primates, chimpanzees live in groups with deep social connections. A chimp community can range from just around a dozen to over 100 individuals. Male chimps will stay in a group their whole life. They stay close to mom until they're about 10. Then they join the older males and do guy stuff. Female chimps typically leave the group they grew up with when they're teenagers. They join another group and spend the rest of their life there. Now, wolf packs, remember, are really just families, but
so with chimpanzees, they seem to have a really clear dominance hierarchy, especially among the adult males. And all the adult male chimpanzees in a community have a sense of where they fall relative to other adult males.
This dominance sort of takes shape through charging, chasing, and slapping each other, kind of like a game of chimpanzee playground tag.
It's usually the threat of force, and then they'll sort of indicate submission or deference through the pant grunt, this grunting, panting noise.
And usually one male chimpanzee holds the highest rank, the alpha male. He never makes a submission grunt to any other male. But what is all this quest for dominance even for? Unsurprisingly, a lot of it is about romance. Or, in scientist speak,
the higher ranking adult male chimpanzees do tend to mate more with females.
Oh, hey, he's poking the butt.
And to reproduce more with females.
But that's not the only hierarchy in chimp societies, right? There may be completely different hierarchies for who gets to sleep where, or who gets access to food. There's not just one top male in every situation. Being an alpha male, if you're an ape, which we are, is not a personality trait. Who has power, who has influence, and who ranks where? It depends on the situation that you're talking about, and it is rarely just about physical strength or control.
If you watch like YouTube videos or the way kids are talking about it in high school or college.
The strength is even a way to try and not be weak.
Because men are the backbone of the slave force.
We've evolved for the hierarchy.
That's not how it's meant to be used in animal behavior. It's not a personality trait, it's a relationship. And it doesn't necessarily relate to other behaviors like leadership. In chimpanzees, the alpha is not the leader. He's just the highest ranking male. You have other chimps who might be leaders, for example, and protecting the group and going on these territorial excursions. And I think that primatologists sort of got focused on dominance because it was something that we could measure pretty easily.
One of the remarkable things about chimpanzees is that they form these really strong and enduring social bonds with other chimps.
If I were to think about what makes a successful male chimpanzee, it wouldn't be, are you the alpha? And it wouldn't necessarily be, are you even high ranking? Although that might help. It would really be about, do you have a friend? Are you connected to other individuals in the community? If a female doesn't leave at adolescence and she stays in her community, sometimes she'll stay in sort of the neighborhood that she grew up in, and she can develop a really strong relationship with her mother throughout adulthood. These are like the strongest relationships you see in chimpanzees. They're often inseparable, really amazing to watch. The second strongest relationship in adult chimpanzees is between adult male chimpanzees, where they have these friendly, cooperative relationships. They spend time traveling together, sitting together, grooming with each other, and sometimes they last over 5 or even over 10 years. If you have a friendship that lasts 5 or 10 years, I mean, that's longer than many marriages in humans.
Scientists think these friendships between male chimpanzees most closely resemble the pair bonds that we see between human mates.
Like a lot of primatologists notice, okay, they study these strong same-sex relationships between male primates. You see this in some other species too, and sometimes they call these bromances, but I think they're romances. Just call them what they are, they're romances.
Becoming an alpha male chimpanzee is not only about being strong and powerful. The most influential males also have to be generous. They show empathy, they resolve conflict, they bring food to other chimpanzees, they'll play with the babies, they'll engage with the females. Male chimpanzees spend a lot of time building goodwill and favor with a lot of other chimps when they're trying to move up the hierarchy. And we can't overlook bonobos. They're just as closely related to us as chimps are. In bonobo societies, the dominant individual is often a female. And among bonobos, conflict isn't resolved with strength or aggression. They resolve conflict with sex. So yes, tons of animals
That makes absolutely no fucking sense. Like, it's just so stupid for him to say that.
The shooter got the gun license for recreational hunting, and yet that is considered valid use, and there are no gun restrictions for farmers or other professional shooters. Incentivizing killing wild animals in order to kill humans, violence begets.
Yeah, well, it's not like any of them are gonna think too deep about it. It's just dumb. Most of the guns that the police capture on the illicit market, they're all homemade. So what's the point of doing any of this? Anybody can make their own guns with 3D printers. It's just a joke. It's liberals being useless and virtue signaling, you know, which is what they're best at. Thanks for the donation, Gun.
Animals construct these social ranking systems.
So when they say this, chimpanzees resolve issues with sex, that is such a meaningless, stupid fucking statement. Oh, so if your girlfriend is mad at you, just have sex with her. It's like there's clearly something they're not telling you about this arrangement with the fucking chimpanzees. I also don't understand what the fuck point they're making with chimpanzees using like kindness or pro-social behavior to move up the dominance hierarchy. Like, yeah, you want other members of the group to like you and allow you to do what you want to do. Like, it's called social engineering. What the fuck does that have to do with... Like, it's like they're trying to tell you, oh, that's not alpha. Like, it's just bizarre.
Systems. But this simplistic view of dominance by aggression and strength and control is pulled from bad science, and our closest relatives prove.
So, okay, the whole thesis of this video is like basically a straw man. Who claimed that you cannot be an alpha male if you gain power and control over others via social engineering?
That is not the only way, or even the best way, to gain influence and power. Ultimately, the very scientists who introduced the idea of the alpha male being this king of aggression and dominance, being the top wolf, has had to fight for decades to get the actual truth out there.
Not just interesting, but frustrating. I keep having to answer questions about things that I published in 1970, which are not right, you know. I think mainly as a result of the publicity that was coming out about this whole alpha business. And that's when I thought, I really should try to get this thing out of print.
Dodo Neutralers, do you think life is better now or in 2005 with all the social media and tech we have now? I'd say life's better now. Way more hentai out there versus 2005. And there's plenty of streaming platforms where you can watch old animes. So, yeah, definitely better. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Today, the very book that birthed the idea of the alpha male in popular culture is no longer being printed because the author had enough humility to know that the science had to be corrected.
I think that it's very important for any scientist to reflect on their own work, and we correct ourselves. If we don't, someone else does.
I mean, one interesting thing about humans, we love to look at other animals to sort of understand our behavior, but we can also study humans to understand humans. And people who study humans across cultures and in a range of cultures identify that, okay, humans aren't really doing like the dominance that we think about when we think about chimpanzee males and threats of aggression. Humans don't really do that.
Yeah, they do. Oh my god, what an idiot.
For humans, what seems to matter more than...
There's a reason why nobody takes women seriously, and Like, I'll give a perfect example. When I was in my past relationship, nobody fucking mentioned it in chat. I'm so sick of people bringing up her name. She had to go to the bathroom. Call her Woman X. We're at a public venue at a veg fest. She didn't want to use the porta potties at the veg fest because they were dirty. She went outside the venue. She went to a bathroom that was supposed to be public, but that area was being rented out by a private party. And there was a security guard basically blocking the bathroom. She explained to him that she's prone to getting infections, and she just wants to use a clean toilet. And the security guard refused to allow her to use the toilet. She came to me, and we went back to that security guard, and I told him the exact same thing that she told him. I said, she's prone to getting infections. She wouldn't be asking to use this bathroom if that weren't the case. It's just her. Can you let her use it? Because I was the one who asked, the security guard let her through and let her use that bathroom. Why do you think that is? He didn't take the woman seriously, but he took me seriously, and he let her use the bathroom after I asked, even though I said the exact same thing. Guess what? It's because I'm fucking 6'3" and I could fucking drop him on his head. So, like, this idea that violence or the threat of violence isn't anything that we fucking consider in society, that is fucking retarded. There's a reason why people don't take women seriously, and there's a reason why people take men seriously.
Dominance is this idea of prestige.
It's not your ability to threaten others and intimidate others. That doesn't actually get you power in a lot of human cultures. What gets you power is...
Yes, it does. That's just fucking retarded.
Knowledge, expertise, and
these people are dumbass beta male fuckwits. Like, oh my god, they're fucking retarded.
your ability to share that.
It's really worth asking why this misunderstanding about alpha males is so popular in so many aspects of our society. What unmet need is this misinformed idea filling?
Dude, like, you can, like, holy fucking shit. Like, by the way, there isn't just, like, physical violence. Like, there's manipulative social engineering that you can use where you can pit other people against each other. Women do this with like false rape accusations. It's not necessarily a form of physical violence, but it is like a type of, I don't know if you could call it like social violence or something. Like maybe violence isn't the right term because it's not physical, but you can get people to turn on one another and other people can become a threat to you. And like, obviously, like it is the case that if everyone tells you to leave a party or something, you could just stay there. But there's a reason why people like leave. It's not just like feeling awkward and shame and stuff. When everyone in the room gangs up on you, like we know that there is a threat of violence. And when you're ganged up on, everyone's against you. You're in a vulnerable position. So like this idea that violence and aggression like doesn't kind of rule society, you're a fucking idiot. You have no fucking clue what you're talking about.
The conversation about the alpha, I think, is sort of a facade for a conversation.
Like, by the way, when you get stopped by the police, when you're speeding, why do you stop? Why do you pull over to the side of the road? Violence doesn't run society, right? Oh, well, what do you think's going to happen if you just keep going and you don't stop and you don't listen to the police? Like, it's just fucking, like, these are beta male fucktards. Like, this entire video is just fucking horseshit nonsense. Just so stupid. Oh my god. Oh, being nice to everybody and being friendly, that's what gets you ahead. Like, this is the fucking type of nonsense you hear in, like, fucking kindergarten. By your female teacher. Why is everyone such a fucking idiot? Yeah, violence doesn't rule society, but we need police, right? With guns. So, like, I don't know how the fuck people come up with such silly, stupid, dumb fuck ideas. All right. This one did not work. No underwear. Rider Babe? Nah. Sherry Birkin. That one looks sexy. I think there was Naked Body. No. The 2B one was kind of alright. Panties. That works. I'm gonna get rid of that. I think it's fucking up the aiming. I don't know what that does. Oh yeah, that was good.
Yeah, but there's also another valid reason that we often don't take women seriously that you didn't mention. It's because a lot of the time they say stupid shit and act like whiny children. That trait isn't exclusive to women, yes, but seems more common.
Well, yeah, that is true. Women do act like stupid whiny children. That is undeniable. I cannot argue with that. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy. Ronald donated $3. Let me see.
We have stereotypes for a reason. Yup.
That's the nigga right there. She's trying to get away from him. Simple. That's stupid or dumb or retarded. You're just crying over weak-minded shit. You chose to want to fuck with that nigga. You thought that he was something. You thought he was a red fox. He's a bump fox. Bum ass bitch. Back to you. You felt it's comfortable to play with me? Did you feel like it was comfortable to play with me? Did you feel like it was comfortable?
Now, when you run into somebody that keeps repeating themselves over and over, they are short-circuiting. When you are being confronted by an enraged subterranean,
I can't watch this because of the stupid music they're playing. Thanks for the donation, Ronald. I don't know why they have to make every fucking video unwatchable because of the stupid fucking background music, but I guess I'm not a fucktard, right? Like, everyone's just a dumbass fuckwit. This video's boring. There's not random shitty music in the background. What's going on? I need more noise. Oh, that's better. Fucking retarded. I wonder if we're gonna get to a point where, like, you know those white noise machines? I wonder if, like, there's gonna be chainsaw, like, music or something. That, like, people just have to constantly fucking play. It's just bizarre. Everyone's a fucking idiot. Like, do we really have to fucking have just constant annoying ass fucking noise nonstop? Like, the shittiest fucking music fucking imaginable all the time? I was gonna add another fucking mod. What the fuck was it? I'm like forgetting something. There was something that I was gonna fucking put on. I think it was a gun. Fuck. I'm probably gonna remember it when I start, which is the fucking annoying thing too. All right, well, we got fucking we got Ashley's butt covered anyway. So we should be able to look up her butt. Yeah, fuck commercial gyms. Working out at home is just superior. Which Ashley was better, the one in the original or one in the remake? Well, the one in the remake's hotter. The one in the original was not as pretty, and she was like, she looked underage. There we go. Alright, so that works. Yeah, we can see her butt. That's great. Alright. Okay, let's try looking up her ass. We'll try looking up her ass, and then we'll continue just the main game. Damn it, she sits down. Fuck, stand up, you bitch. Ah, god damn it. Okay, well, at least we can get a peek from the back. Don't turn around, fucking whore. Shit, we might have to make her, like, fully nude to appreciate this. Yeah, we got some... That looks super weird. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, that's a problem. Okay, I might just put on the 2B mod, because, you know, the more butts, the better. Yeah, let's put the 2B one on. It's too, like, I don't know, because, like, you can play Cyberpunk and have full nudity. I don't know what, like, YouTube's thing is with, oh. Ribbon lingerie. I'm pretty sure that's not her being completely nude. That might work. There we go. That should fix that. Stop it. You should have known the programmers would have been ready for perverts like you. Well, I mean, if I was doing it with a normal third-person mode, I could look up her ass a bit easier. Just angle the camera. Ben Boy, I don't need $2. Let me see. Yeah, I'm not watching Beavis and Butthead clips, dude. I don't want to get the stream taken down. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy. Yeah, I don't know what YouTube's thing is with doing nude mods in game, because Cyberpunk has full nudity. There's a bunch of games with full nudity. I don't know, Oh. Oh, wait, no. Yeah. Okay. That'll work. How do you... So it's the jacketless version, right? Yeah. Just to make sure.
Kick the Jew haters out. Liberal fatigue.
Department approved the revocation of a student visa for Remeza Öztürk, a Turkish citizen who is a graduate student at Tufts University, apparently simply for writing an op-ed. According to an internal State Department memo, you took this action under your discretionary authority to revoke visas, and soon after you revoked her visa, armed and masked plainclothes officers snatched Ms. Öztürk off the street and transported her to a prison in Louisiana. Mr. Secretary, do you really think that Ms. Öztürk's op-ed results in a foreign policy consequence for the United States?
I believe that case involves someone whose visa we never would have granted had we known ahead of time.
I'm not asking you that question. I'm asking you if you think an op-ed, but that's exactly, in fact, what happened. The State Department wrote a memo concluding that you did not have sufficient grounds to revoke Ms. Öztürk's visa. There was no evidence showing that she'd engaged in any activities were a threat to national security. And in fact, in May, a federal court ordered Ms. Öztürk's release from detention, noting that the sole basis for the government's detention appeared to be the fact that she co-authored this opinion piece in the Tufts newspaper in March of...
Was the opinion that Jews need to be gassed?
2024. Where in the Constitution does it say that the Secretary of State
visa?
But is there a constitutional right? Does it say somewhere that Marco Rubio gets to determine which speech is appropriate and revoke student visas based on what you think constitutes free speech?
There's a statute that says the Secretary of State gets to determine whether someone is a threat. We deny visas every day all over the world.
Do you think that the Immigration Administration needs...
Yeah, Marco Rubio's based. Kick the Jew haters out. Liberal fatigue, indeed. Thanks for the donation, Ronald. Alright. Well, that's just lovely. Yeah, that's nice. I approve. That is much better. Nice, juicy rear end to look at.
Gun rhymes with fun for a reason, stranger.
Damn it, why does she turn around so quick? You know, it'll be great when they have the full dive VR and you could just, like, literally go into a virtual world and stick your thumb up Ashley's butt and sniff her butt. Dude, once they have, like... Dude, I will sniff every girl's ass in fucking video games. That'd be so great. Man, that would be fucking wonderful. What the fuck is this? Oh god. Okay, we broke the fucking game. Great. Oh, dude, why in the mother of a fuck does this have to be so complicated? Okay, try that. Right, is it? It's still broken. Alright. Wonderful. Well, we saw Ashley's butt at least. I'm not going to bother uninstalling everything and then reinstalling everything. Oh, that's... Maybe I will. That's fucking stupid.
Dude, the world would be perfect with VR games and AI robot girlfriends.
Yeah, maybe. It would definitely be a little more tolerable. Wasn't there a realistic fire rate thing that I had to enable? Yeah, realistic rate of fire. Steady aim. I mean, you wouldn't really need a robot girlfriend if you had VR. I guess, like, if you wanted somebody to make a sandwich for you in real life. I don't know, the VR girlfriend thing, if you have, like, full dive VR like Matrix, that'd probably be more fun. Because, you could just change the virtual world. Like, you could make her fucking pussy taste like Oreo cookies or something. Thanks for the donation, though, ABC. There's, like, one other thing, wasn't there? Tactical first, classic area 4, realistic rate of fire. Yeah, I think that was it. And we'll put the ribbon thing on, I guess. We'll try that one more time. Give it one more shot. You're having Indian fatigue in Nippy and Ottawa? I've been to Nippy and I didn't notice any Indians. Haven't really been around town that much, though. That only fixed... Oh, wait. I don't understand why that's not working properly. So now the models load. But for whatever reason, your mother.
Jasmine's pussy tastes like mayo and Gardein chicken tenders.
Those are moo cows. I don't know if you can reach that with a knife. I don't think so. I don't know if you can, I don't know if you can take the crosshair off. Look at these chickens. My God, those are good chickens. Another hand grenade. Is there another one of those blue things around here or no? Can't remember where they all are. Oh, there's one. Eh. The original RE4 is not a better game. Anyone who says that is a dumb bitch. They're just fucking delusional. Like, outright delusional. That's pure copium. Like, the original definitely had a different tone and feel. Like, it was sillier, and you might prefer that. But from a gameplay standpoint, the original's inferior. It has worse controls. It's an easier game. Graphics are obviously worse. The pacing is also way worse, and there's some really stupid enemies. It really, really dragged on. Towards, like, I would say at the, like, 70% waypoint. There's that, like, middle section in the castle that was way too fucking long. And you had to deal with the most annoying, unfun enemies in the game, those, like, stupid insects. Even in this game, the insects are just not fun and they're fucking stupid, but at least they're better. Like, they're not nearly as annoying. Oh shit. Oh my god, what the fuck? I can't see anything. Great. How was he not stunned for longer? Oh, great. Oh, god. I'm fucking up with the controls. Fuck. Oh my god, I can't see fucking anything. This, maybe first-person mode was a mistake. Oh. I don't... Oh, and it crashed. Okay, it's unstable as fuck, too. Yeah, first-person mode's probably a mistake. It just doesn't control well enough. Ronald donated $3. Let me see.
I'm gonna show you how to get shot by police.
Investigation is underway in Chicago after police officers fired almost 100 times when a routine traffic stop turned deadly.
And as we watch this, you can see the officer reaching for that handle, asking him to roll down that window. In the background, and I don't know if we could hear it in our clip that we played, you hear another officer saying, "Do you see his hands?" These are all the things that when we watch these videos, knowing what happens at the end of the line, we look and see what did officers do, what did they know, what could they have expected
Cops
to
running.
know.
He starts shooting at the cops first. If I'm a cop and some dude right there looking me cross-eyed like that, that's not a good look right there.
He was just riding around in his car, and they killed him.
You start shooting at the cops. They used to call that suicide by cop. Now they call it Black Lives Matter. Every black man's got to get a PhD how not to get shot. Man, you don't need no PhD in that. All you need is a certificate, a one-day course. Maybe for white people, but you gotta, hey, you need to stop. You gotta give black people a 7-day program.
Well, they're right about the Black Lives Matter thing. That's one of the reasons why I never wanted to support Black Lives Matter. They were defending some of the most retarded, insane, unhinged criminals who absolutely deserve to get shot, and then they're acting like some fucking tragedy when they were asking for it, and they shot at police and like they were literally trying to murder police. It's fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation, Ronald. Yeah, RE2 Remake was also far superior to the original. They're coming out with a RE2 arcade game. I hope it ends up getting decompiled so that I can play it on my TV with my light gun.
Welcome to Lifters Club. And Henry Simeo is without question one of the most extraordinary athletes in the world right now. Although he originally comes from a street lifting background, his progress in bench press over the last few years has shocked not only professional powerlifters, but the entire lifting and bodybuilding community. The amount of pure muscle mass he has built in such a short time is especially impressive. In his latest bench press video, Henry hits a new rep PR. He loaded the bar with 260 kilograms or 578 pounds and completed 7 post reps. This performance was done using PR Lifestyle elbow sleeves. Therefore, it wasn't a row lift. However, if he did it raw, he would likely still be capable of 4 or 5 post reps at that weight. Based on his performance, Henry likely has a current bench press max of around 705 pounds or 320 kilograms. It's very likely that he will attempt a new 1 rep max in the future. Use code LC for a discount when shopping with our partner brands.
Liftoff is one of the...
Gotta eat that anabolic cheesecake. I don't know how the hell he's that jacked.
The history of steroid use in professional wrestling stretch.
Oh, AI.
Welcome to Lifters.
That's great. I got suckered into watching a fucking AI video. Motherfucker. What a bitch. Fucking cunt. What an absolute fucking asshole. Let's see, there's a winter sale. Dead Island 2, $7. That might actually be worth getting. Horizon Zero Dawn and Forbidden West are just fucking garbage. I don't know why those games, like, the first game sucked. Had the most boring, annoying gameplay loop. It was just so fundamentally flawed. They all, like, that's another one of those games where they made the main female character look ugly on purpose. They really fucked her up in Forbidden West, especially. There were some dudes who were like even still jerking off to her in the first game, and then the developers were like, "Oh no, we didn't make her ugly enough. Dudes are still wanking it," and then they made her even uglier. And then, sure enough, when they ported it to PC, they unuglied her with mods. I don't know why they... Like, what's the deal with that? This kind of looks a little interesting. Beyond Citadel. Kind of like some of the graphics, but some of this game also just looks fucking weird. I don't know if I'm going to bother getting that new Ninja Gaiden game. You don't even play as Ryu most of the game, and you're basically playing as Ninja Emo Faggot for the majority of the game. So I don't know, recent reviews mixed. Push ePeg services to my computer. Installer file. Winter sale for €4. What a good purchase until I was instantly hit with a login screen to Epic Games. Ooh. Okay, yeah, I'm not gonna bother getting this. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, why? I have an Epic Games account, but like if I'm buying something on Steam, give me a fucking break. Like, some of this looks kind of fun. I don't really care about the melee combat stuff, but shooting zombies is always more fun. Yeah, fuck it. The Epic Games launcher. There's some other game that was discounted that I was looking at getting. I wonder if they have Red Dead 1 on sale. They're still selling that for like $70. Just fucking crazy. cultic. Yeah, I don't know. Shit, I feel like I'm gonna have to piss soon. Oh yeah, this is only like $5. Yeah, I might get that.
Peggy 18.
I really liked playing through that first time. I might play through it again. Fucking piss. Son of a fucking bitch, dude. Fuck, I gotta piss. Oh dear God, I gotta piss. Pee, 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 pee. Ugh. Jesus Christ. How are they charging $35 for Red Dead Redemption 1? Is this game like fucking 20 years old now or something fucking crazy? Red Dead Redemption 2 is cheaper. Like, fuck right off. Like as if I'm... It's 50% off on sale, and they're still charging $35 for it. It's a game that's like 20 years old. It came out on PS3. Like, it's just fucking psychotic. I don't know what else. First Alan Wake was kind of fun. $1.79, why not? Yeah, Red Dead 2 was ass. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh god. Oh shit. I gotta pee and poop. Alright. Sorry, Gum Gum. My little noodle. I'm gonna take a piss and a shit. I'll be right back. Oh. You won't believe what just happened. This big brown snake just came out of my butt. There are people saying gaming might be dead in 10 years since a lot of PC manufacturers are selling to AI and their main consumer now. What do you think? If there's a market to make money, you know, people will sell. There's going to be a shortage in PC hardware. This is all a calculation too. Like, most people don't upgrade their systems that regularly like I do either, so it's not like they're literally only going to sell graphics cards to like AI companies. Gumbush. Wow. Gumbush. It's a good gumbush. You know, I love how Riley Reid is just such a fucking freak and just shamelessly acts like a freak in her videos. That's probably the best thing about her porn videos. It's not just like that she's hot. This chick in Soul Calibur is definitely the hottest character in the game.
Versus Cassandra.
Yeah, she had crazy titties.
Battle 1. Fight.
Why is the thing so weird? Oh, I see. It's the scaling. The artwork for Taki is especially fucking crazy. Just really nice ass and tits.
Battle 2. Fight.
You know, when Asian girls have like big tits and like the big ass, like it's just nuts. Like you just never see it, and like they have such cute faces too. It's just great when that happens. Yeah, I've played Mace the Dark Age. I really liked that game when I was a kid. I liked playing as Pojo the chicken.
Battle 3. Fight.
Soul Calibur had some hot babes. Soul Calibur sucks now, though. They completely fucked the last Soul Calibur game. The last two are just horrible. You like Sophitia? Is that Soul Calibur? Or is that a porn star? No. She's not hot. Like, she's conventionally attractive, but, like, she's just not hot. You just don't get the feeling like you need to stick your dick in her mouth, you know? Like you do with some of the other characters. Oh my goodness. Oh. Look at that big belly. Oh my goodness. Oh, he says hey. Don't make fun of me for being fat. Why is that jaguar so chubby? Oh my goodness.
Am I just a footrest here?
So chubby. Oh, that is a big round chubby kitty. Oh my goodness. Oh, look at him rolling around. Oh my god, that is such a big kitty. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, wow.
You get a heart on your cheek.
Oh, wow, that's good. Oh my goodness.
Right there. The heart.
Now that's what you call a good kitty.
If you gently stroke a crow's beak, it will lean in for more. This is actually how they express affection. Crows are surprisingly affectionate, genuinely enjoying human interaction. When a deep bond forms, they'll happily stay by your...
You know, there's a lot of crows out here. One time they fucking ripped open my garbage. I should try making friends with some of the crows and finding like tutorials for it online.
If you are feeling sad, you just need to change your perspective. Peace sideways.
Wow.
Very cool.
That's a good gumbish.
If you are feeling...
Wow, that's a good gumbish.
Guys, I fell off. I fell off hard, and for a good reason. So I'm excited to share a little bit more about what happened here and why week 8 and week 9 got combined on this bulk with me pushing to 275 pounds. This week we actually got well up over the 260s, up to 263 one of the days. So we are making progress. I'm gonna take you guys through an entire leg day as well as my full day of eating with about 4,500 calories. And reminder, I have worked with over 500 athletes, helping them on their journey. And to do this at scale and even larger, we've launched Vegan Squad Coaching. Check out the links below. We'd love to have you. Let's go ahead.
Try the game Atlas. Fuck is that? Why is this so sexual? What the fuck? Is this like an RPG? Because I'm not playing a furry RPG. Yeah, I'm just not playing this. There is a crazy game on Steam. I don't know if I could even stream it. You literally breed different creatures and you watch them have sex and you create like new creatures that have like shared powers. So you can get like a bird man to have sex with like a snake woman, and you like actually watch them fuck, and then they breed and have kids. I can't remember the game. It's fucking bizarre.
Ahead and jump into this week. Good morning, YouTube. I know
Yeah, I really should play Fallout New Vegas.
Explanation is coming. We are currently in Treasure Island, packing up, trying to get everything out into the car because we are heading back to Allie's place in Lake City for a little bit before we make our big push up north to North Carolina. So I'm training highly branched cyclic dextrin. Dang, I look small. I mean, this is a 3X, but damn. We're gonna do just kind of feel it out, see how it is. Goal is to get as much blood in the hams as possible. The reps should be higher.
No, never played Fable. I didn't have an Xbox as a kid, and apparently Fable isn't even good to begin with. Not really an RPG guy either.
All right, a little bit too heavy there. Overzealous. Gonna drop it. It was at 150. Drop it at 120. Otherwise, it felt good. Goal here is to, like I said, get as much blood in the hamstrings as possible. Trying to keep my hips pushed down. I like to move on to a compound movement. Usually leg press, hack squat. Just want to make sure that it still feels safe to do so. I'm going to control this first.
I want to get one of these machines, but not one of the unilateral machines.
Rep as absolutely best as possible.
That one looks like a fucking plate eater.
All right. Yep. It's hard, but it's doable. So to speak, then like those big compound lifts, like the single leg press. So I come to adductors next. I've done a warm-up set and then an actual working set. Biggest thing with these, you want to be really careful here because for a lot of lifters, or at least like myself.
I've played the Shadow Warrior remake. I don't know if I played the second game. But I don't think I've played through the original Shadow Warrior.
Pretty well-developed legs, but my adductors might be considered to be slightly lacking. And so if you know how to train hard and push yourself, but your muscles aren't fully up to the task, you can get injured. So what I recommend with these, don't stretch with the weight further than you could stretch naturally without the weight. The other big thing is tempo. So I'll do a few reps while I'm speaking. When you do that, you'll see it almost looks yourself back up. Now, for me, body weight is hard enough on these. Like a set of 15 is about as high as I can get with body weight right now. Allow you to get quads targeted without causing as much stress as like a hack squat.
Oh, there goes YouTube. I don't know why it feels like needs to do that.
Or a leg press or compound movement. It kind of allows you, I mean, literally what it is. It allows you to isolate your quads. And so, in my eyes, like if your stamina just would make me happy. I think we did 115 for 13 last time, so 120 for 10? I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Kind of have to poop. Bathrooms were full. Hopefully don't shit myself mid-set. In all seriousness, these are
That's why training at a home gym is so great. You can just shit yourself and no one would even know that you're a pants pooper. You can just poop your pants when you're training.
Just talk about it.
You don't even have to clean up. You can just shit all over the basement and, you know, you can't have friends over, but you could if you want. It's great. Just pooping everywhere. Wow. 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 My goodness. Those are big kitties. Those are very big kitties. Oh my god. That is a very big kitty. Look at his paws. Their paws are so big. They're like mittens. Wow. Look at your big cat heads.
A mom?
I wouldn't mess with those if I were you.
It's weird. It's like Conan, but Castlevania. Never heard of this game. I don't like the Metroidvania style games though. It's not a fun gameplay mechanic to not know where the fuck to go. It's just a headache. Whoa. This chick in a G-Wagon fucking smashed into a bunch of burglars.
A California mother's desperate attempt to stop burglars at her home caught on camera.
I see the
Dude, she doesn't even know how to ram cars properly.
guys, and I was in panic. I was in shock, you know, and I like hit their car unintentionally.
She was on the phone with her mom,
Dude, she's rich. G-Wagon.
who was inside watching her 3 young kids when all of a sudden,
My mom is screaming. My kids are in the house. She's screaming like I
Yeah, this is California, right? So she wouldn't be able to get out of the car and shoot him.
don't know how, like crazy.
the mom, who asked to conceal her identity due to safety concerns, raced home from getting coffee. So panicked, she rammed the parked sedan that turned out to be the getaway car. What was going through your mind?
Like, I don't know. In my mind, I thought they kill my family.
To be the driver emerges from the right side of the car and takes off too. The collision so intense, the driver's side door jammed closed. Her G-Wagon damaged too. Video shows LAPD collecting evidence, including handheld radios.
G-Wagons are nice. I wish I had G-Wagon money.
How would you?
Oh yeah, you know what? We should probably play the Berserk PS2 game. There's a mod to make it in English, or at least subtitles in English.
Describe your client. How's your client doing today, sir? I need a little bit of room, guys.
A crush of cameras at an LA courthouse for Nick Reiner's first court appearance since being charged with murdering his parents, Rob Reiner and his wife Michelle. It's a case that shocked Hollywood and the country. Reiner in court today, but shielded from the cameras by a partition. He was shackled wearing a suicide prevention vest. The judge asking Reiner to confirm he wants more time before entering a plea.
Do you waive your right to a speedy arraignment?
His high-profile defense attorney, Alan Jackson, urging the public not to rush to judgment.
Our hearts go out to the entire Reiner family. There are very, very complex and serious issues that are associated with this case.
Newly released CCTV video shows the dramatic moment Reiner was arrested. Just moments before, he can be seen walking into a gas station and purchasing a
apparently
drink.
he's schizophrenic.
Law enforcement sources tell ABC News that midday Sunday, a massage therapist came by the house and called the Reiner's daughter, Romy, when no one answered the door. Romy then came over with her roommate, went inside, and found her father's body in the master bedroom. Romy and her sibling Jake releasing their first statement since the tragedy, saying in part, words cannot even begin to describe.
Oh, dude, it's so fucking weird how, like, you can be a rich kid from a rich family, everything's going fine, and then you just go nuts and murder your parents. It's just so hilarious how people can get every fucking advantage in life, and, just self-implode, self-destruct because you're just fucking crazy.
Like the beast. Update 1.5, the scariest so far, is now live, and with it comes the Nightmare mode. This is the toughest difficulty level ever added to the series, an experience built for players looking for a true test of survival. Enemies are smarter.
Why does this look like shit?
And more dangerous.
Is this running on like a PS5 or a PS4?
Both humans and...
Like I saw...
I started the gym 3 weeks ago, been on test since the end of week 1. Running 250 milligrams testenanthate like Claff suggested in a podcast clip. I plan to take test for the rest of my life from now on. How retarded am I?
I don't know if you'd go quite to the level of retarded. I think like 99% of men should be on testosterone anyway. I wouldn't start off with 250 test. I would start off with the first month at least. Doing like 140 or 150. So like 20 milligram injections daily. You need to give your body time to get used to exogenous hormones. So the best way to avoid side effects and shit is just to start off with like a lower replacement level dose. So go from 20 milligrams a day for the first like month at least. Probably 2 months is better, and then move up to 30 milligrams a day. And then like if you want anything more from there, you can add in a little bit more, but you don't want to just go with 250 right away. I think that's a little high. Like, you know, some people will be fine, but I think it's a little high when, like, to just go on right off the bat. Thanks for the donation, though. Endure oh my god, fuck you. JP donated $2. Can you take a look at this guy's account? I think he's a grifting dumbass.
You're like kind of cute. I was like curious about you. I'm 26 years old and I have over 100 bodies.
No, you don't.
I caught over half of them last year after I learned about a simple trick that gets anyone laid.
You can just take one look at this guy and know he has not dipped it in a while.
Pretty much at any point. And the cool thing is it's competition free as well. So unlike dating apps where it's very hard to get matches and dates, and the top 1% of guys are cleaning up essentially. And also like night game or nightlife where there are lots of drunk people, so their confidence is artificially high, so lots of people are actually approaching and talking to girls. So there's going to be a lot of competition in nightlife. So what I'm talking about is a daytime cold approach, but not just a normal daytime cold approach, applying frames to your cold approach. So it's why most guys...
I'm noticing he's talking to the same Asian woman in each clip.
When they go up and approach, they'll actually fail. Just a lot.
Probably his sister or something.
All the time, 99% of approaches just fail because they're not applying frames to their approaches. The main frame that I use is just assessing. So I go up and I just find out about the girl essentially.
Yeah, I'm noticing in every clip he's talking to the same Asian girl. So yeah, it's just fraud, grifting, bullcrap. Thanks for the donation, JP.
Infected use heightened senses, react faster, and punish mistakes aggressively. Resources are...
You know, the Dying Light games are stupid. I don't know what the fucking deal is with these stupid fucking games and the hand-to-hand combat. It sort of makes sense in VR because you're actually doing something, but when you're just clicking a mouse... I don't know why, like, anybody thought it was a good idea to have, like, a first-person game focus on hand-to-hand combat. Like, it's so boring. Let me shoot zombies. Like, guns are fun. Blowing zombies' heads open is fun. Why the fuck would I want to smash a zombie with a pipe when I could shoot its head clean off with, like, a fucking shotgun? So stupid.
So Andrew Tate's not handling his fight loss very well at all. The guy built a brand saying shit like, what do you call someone who loses? a loser. Must suck to be a loser and watch life's winners win over and over again. Yeah, he's definitely changed his fucking tune since then about losing and losers. If you don't know what I'm talking about, Andrew Tate for Chase Demore. This guy.
What the fuck?
And he lost. Chase is by no means a great fighter. Andrew Tate was by far...
That was one of the most bizarre things I've ever seen.
Are the bookies' favorites to win this fight because of how shit Chase has looked.
There are guns in Dying Light, but they're not like the main focus.
In the past. And Chase hit Andrew with some tasty punches.
Chase simply fatigued, and he wasn't able to get out of the way of it. Too much weight. Beautiful shot by...
However, some viewers describe the bout as... These are my words.
YouTube did it. Like, I'm getting sick of having to manually set the resolution.
Words. Watching two drunk homeless people fight.
Yeah, that guy isn't even terribly technical. Mike Tyson Heat.
I feel fucking sorry for anyone who actually paid for this shit. However, the aftermath has been hilarious because Andrew Tate can't seem to wrap his head around the fact he has lost and has become a meme since then. His whole brand is about winning. And now he lost to, again, not a great fighter. This is the shit that's coming out of his mouth now to help him cope. Let's start with the post-fight conference, the immediate reactions from Andrew Tate.
Yeah, obviously I didn't get the result I wanted, but truthfully the result I wanted was to see if I could still do it. But I didn't quit, never give up, never retreat, never surrender, fight to the end, go out on your shield. Time is to fire and...
The fact he lost. He did make a video about the loss, which we're going to get into because... Like, in 100 years from now, somewhere on the new Earth, there'll be a man reading about me in a history section on the Skynet. And that's not because I never lost, but instead because I always tried. What did you say again? What do you call someone who loses? A loser.
Yeah.
I don't even know. I've not yet had time to process why he beat me. I got tired after the second round, and I don't know why.
You didn't do enough cardio?
The first and second round, he couldn't touch me. If I didn't get tired, I would have won.
Yeah, if my mum had balls, she'd be my dad. Or boxing. If I didn't get tired, I would have won. Oh, like any sport where stamina and athleticism matters. I mean, it's just that excuse me.
If I could run faster, and I was stronger, and I could jump higher, and I could kick the ball better, I would have won.
We laugh so much. Yeah, if I didn't get tired, I would have won. Like, yeah. And then Andrew Tate gets weird with it and gets really spiritual and kind of starts saying shit like...
So basically, it's just cope. Yeah, I figured he'd...
So, check this out. This is Kevin LeBron, and this is also Kevin LeBron, separated by just a few months. For decades, he performed this magic trick from skinny to freak in just 3 months.
I don't need to train all year round. All I need is 3 months.
He had the ability to put on muscle at a rate that was ridiculous.
I'll eat whatever I want. I won't train for 4 months, and then I'll come into the gym and I'll bust my ass for 4 months.
Now, at 61 years old, the magic is back.
You got into fantastic shape. I mean, it's like contest condition there you got into.
I just know all or nothing. My body fat, it was up to 21%. Now,
and everyone is asking the same question. How? Is it the greatest genetics of all time, or is it something else? Let's talk about it.
It's both. It's good genetics and steroids.
I guess we were 2 years apart.
When he was just 10 years old, his father got cancer and passed away right him for not having a father.
I hated school, man. I'm a young, responsible man.
His body began to change and he started winning small powerlifting competitions.
I started training and I realized how strong I was.
He went from 186 pounds to 206 and got leaner. For most people to do this transformation, it needs at least 1 good year. For Kevin, it was 6 weeks. Then came his second cycle, and his body exploded. Between 1990 and 1991, his stage weight jumped from 206 to 236 pounds. 30 pounds of mass in one off-season. But here's the crazy part. While other bodybuilders stayed big all year round, Kevin didn't. He would take months off, he shrink down, his arms would literally look normal. Regular clothes, regular life, then he would train for only 12 to 16 weeks. And
it's kind of weird, like, I'd feel fucking not myself shrinking. Like, I guess none of that's part of his identity or something. Freeze and Tellers, what do you think that Alan Jackson, the lawyer for Nick Reiner, will argue in court for his defense? Well, is he pleading not guilty? Like, the only thing that makes sense would be an insanity plea. Also, how could any lawyer feel confident in taking that case? Well, it's about making money, right? So, if they're getting paid, that's all that really matters. So, if the money's right, they're gonna take a case. That's what lawyers are after at the end of the day, so... If dumbasses are gonna, like, play a game and buy an expensive lawyer and try to, like, reduce their sentence and all that crap, well, a lawyer will be there for the cash. Thanks for the donation, though, Freeze.
boom, his body is exploded back to stage shape. Veins, legs, shoulders like armor. Nobody understood how that was possible. Was it genetics? Was it his mind? Was it steroids?
Apparently, he really liked Tren and Anadrol, from what I've heard.
Maybe a mix of everything, but we do know something real. Kevin was what scientists call a hyper-responder. That means his body reacts to anabolic steroids way faster than a normal human being. His muscles just soak it in like a sponge. Some guys take everything and barely grow. Kevin take a little and explodes, and because of this, he became dangerous.
I said, if I'm healthy, I don't need to train all year round. All I need is 3 months.
I'll eat whatever I want. I won't train for 4 months, and then I'll come into the gym and I'll bust my ass for 4 months and get ready for the competition.
I was like, you know.
Competitor number 18, Kevin.
Exactly what I was doing.
And the transformation was fast. Too fast. In just a short period, he looked phenomenal. Big arms, full chest, thick legs. At 61 years old, he was big and shredded. Probably the most jacked man in the world at this age. But was it naturally?
Yeah, you got into fantastic shape. I mean, it's like contest condition there you got into. What did you do for this? Did you do the same like type of cardio you did back in the day? The fish and
the same thing, Ron. Well, that's all I know how to do. Low your carbs, get up, do fasted cardio, 45 minutes to target heart rate zone for burning fat. I changed my diet. I went on a fast. I did everything that they laid out. We laid out a plan. So I locked in, man. And my body fat, Ron, it was up to 21%. That was terrible. Now, we're at 6 right now.
Look, I'm not an expert in some evidence. In February 2024, Kevin posted a video getting a testosterone shot with B12 at a clinic called Fountain of Youth. That means he's on TRT, testosterone replacement therapy. And in January 2025, he launched his own company called TRT Kingdom, a service to help people balance hormones and fix low testosterone levels. So yes, Kevin admits he's taking testosterone again, and honestly, that's normal. Many scientists advise
They should just make testosterone available over the counter. It's all just a fucking retarded racket. Alright, I'm fucking tired. I'm gonna get to bed, but hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. Should be on tomorrow. Around the same time, but probably I'll be on a little earlier. Had to get some groceries late at night in really bad weather, but tomorrow should be on a little earlier. But thanks again, everyone. I will see you all tomorrow, and sweet dreams.